as well as enhance our ability to pinpoint the location of a problem. We are also exploring technology that would automatically switch to a redundant service in the event of a fiber break to minimize future delays. I have said for many years that the K line in Oakland is the heart of our railroad, and we have to improve and renew it. Thanks to our voters approving Measure RR for $3.5 billion, this is our rebuilding program, and we are working to do that. Already, Measure RR has allowed us to replace 61 miles of traction power cables across our system. This map is an overview of various recent RR projects and support projects. There's still a lot we've got left to do, but I firmly believe that the work that's already been accomplished through RR has helped us to avoid much more dire service disruptions than the ones we've experienced over the last couple of months. But rebuilding takes time. So in the near term, we are also deploying enhanced fault detection devices with the early warning capabilities. This will help us to sustain reliability until further full capital replacement can be completed. I want to say again how important it is to me and to my team and to our family here at BART that we get this right. We're going to be aggressive in pursuing the short and long-term strategies to improve our reliability. The Bay Area is counting on us, and we know that we play a vital role in the region. We are essential to the Bay Area's success and quality of life. We will also continue to be accountable to this board and to the public by providing future updates in our service and answering any questions, whether good or bad, when the expectations are not met. With that, we're happy to answer any questions.
So I think we're going to go to, do you have anything?
No, that concludes. Just, what's that? I did. Yeah, we have a couple slides. I do want to say one more thing. I got a couple things on fare gates. So we're doing, if you're tracking and you're out in the system, I'm out in the system, everybody in the staff is out in the system. So we're mobed in at Richmond and 24th now. I spent Tuesday afternoon out on the R line. And you can see the slides, the pictures going on here. Those installations and those migrations to the new fare gates have been smoother than Fruitvale and Civic. So we're learning as we go. These will probably be in revenue service, I don't know, early next week. I mean, it's really, we've got this down. We're learning as we go. Civic is done. Richmond is going to be done. 24th Street will move into the secondary entrance over there to finish that up. And then we're going out to OAC next week, and we're going out to Antioch, Director Foley, next week to do that. So we have a nice cadence going right now, and if you're out in the system, you'll see it. And I'm telling you, I spent Tuesday afternoon out there, and I watched how we were handling our riders and interacting with our riders at Richmond. And Tara, who I saw walked in here, and I don't know if she's in here now, but we have additional transportation staff, station agents, frontline workers and supervisors, our frontline employees, helping navigate folks coming in and out of the fare gates. They're bi-directional. When the queue gets too long going out, we open it up the inbound out. And when the train's coming in, we open up the outbound to in to let people in. And it's a pretty well-oiled machine right now. And so we're doing pretty good. And so not only are we're still on schedule to get the 12 done by the end of the year, but we're certainly on schedule to finish them all by the end of 25. So we're going to keep you posted on that. This is part and parcel to, our commitment to operations here. And so I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we're on top of this and where we're going in the next couple of weeks here. So with that, I think that closes out the GM's report. I know it was a little bit long, but it's important that you know that we are laser focused on operations and reliability of the BART system. So with that, President Dufty, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, General Manager. We will now go to the District Secretary to take any public comment requests and then questions or comments from directors.
We do have a couple hands raised on Zoom. We don't see any requests to speak in the audience, so we'll go first to Alita Dupree. Alita, please go ahead.
Thanks again, President Bevan, Dufty, and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. Lots of things here. I appreciate you all doing Oakland Pride. Couldn't be there. Someday I'll see the Bartmobile. And this Transbay Tube anniversary, certainly want to learn more about that. So I can consider some Right Down the Line by Jerry Rafferty, through the Park Avenue Tunnel and into the light. Prostate and breast cancer awareness is very important. Thank you for doing it in an inclusive way, and that we're including both and not just one or the other. And I'm interested in this paper ticket skirt fashion thing. Maybe we should have a photo op where people are wearing paper ticket skirts in the trains. Because in April, I rode the G service of the New York City subway in almost its entirety, and I was wearing a skirt at the same time. So that was a very big thing for me. So we're getting there for ridership and electric vehicles. But really, the meat of this is about operations. I was caught up in the August 19th incident, and I was at West Oakland. And the reason why I navigated through it instead of getting off and taking the bus is because I ran into two very long-time friends. And we shared time together in the crowded trains until I get to MacArthur. So that was one for the record books, but it still should not have happened. Why are these things happening? This is not reflective of legendary and stately ideals. It's not reflective of the people system. And when I was at West Oakland, the platform was really overcrowded. So I don't know if any of you ever seen the film Crocodile Dundee, but there's a scene in a subway station where the platform is full of people because Mick Dundee went walkabout. And so I thought to myself, all these people are getting close to the edge. Is somebody going to fall into the trackway? That is an unsafe situation, this overcrowding. These things should not be happening, but they are. But here's what I want. We can talk all day, but we have to walk the walk. We have to practice this. We can talk about what we're going to do, but why haven't we done it before? I'm just an ordinary user of BART. And I like the idea of investing in BART, but I want to be able to get where I'm going in a safe and timely manner. We have to do this work because I want us to be able to have a service that will live up to the idea of the people system. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barney. Barney, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Barney Smits, and I'm a licensed professional engineer for the record. The current design of VTA's BSV2 project is less safe than the existing twin board design. Why has the general manager and senior management instructed staff to not talk about the VTA BART contract? The VTA BART contract is the 2001 VTA BART Comprehensive Agreement. This document provides the ground rules for how VTA interfaces with BART and how BART interfaces with VTA. Why has BART required staff to sign non-disclosure agreements on this project? Is this part of the continued misinformation on this project? Why does it appear that we have to engage in breach of contract by failing to implement contract requirements from the 2001 Comprehensive Agreement? And as indicated in the last board meeting, it appears that you have just directed the responses from the board's RCI and BART legal comments to avoid any reference to the comprehensive agreement. Is this an attempt to mislead the public? Why are the responses from the board's RCI from BART? You stated on several occasions that VTA would provide responses. In fact, you stated that the responses to the RCI would be provided at the BART VTA joint committee meeting. Why have we not seen VTA's comments? Is this more proof that there's no partnership between VTA and BART? Why are you not enforcing the September 19th, 2017 Grace Kruniken letter? You co-signed it. Did you sign the letter under duress, or is this another attempt to mislead the public? And finally, how come most of the BART SMEs were not aware or consulted on any of the responses to this RCI? Thank you.
There are no additional hands raised.
Thank you. Director Saltzman.
Thank you for all the updates. Sorry, I was just looking to see if Bob was still here, but it looks like he is. And Michael, hard to give comments on the general manager's update without the general manager being here. No problem. Really exciting about the progress on the fare gates. It'd be good for you to come back later this year, maybe with a quick update item to let us know if you're going to be able to accelerate further. I mean, I know you just hope to start all the ones you gave us in a list by the end of the year, but it looks like maybe you'll finish them. So
Happy to come back, Director.
yeah, maybe there's some problem station out there that has some difficulties with
Right.
installing, but
Yep.
if you could let us know. But it's great to just see them coming really quick now. I know some people were skeptical, so it's fantastic to see that.
Thank you.
And then Shane, thank you very much for the thorough briefing, telling us about all the service issues, which I've been experiencing as a rider and hearing from constituents about. And I'm glad you're taking it seriously. I know some of the things are out of our control, but again, as you've both said, riders just see that their trains are late. They don't know whose control something is in.
Correct.
So I think it's important to take it all seriously, especially as our ridership is going up, which is amazing. So yeah, I hope you continue to focus on this. I think service reliability is really the number one issue, because if we're not reliable, why are people going to take BART? They're not. The one thing I wanted to note, when we have these like full outages, like the one that happened, between the downtown Oakland stations, I don't know, last month, I think, I'm losing track of time here. Communication is so important. And I know it's difficult because it's happening quickly, but I mean, that night I happened to be out in downtown Oakland at an event with BART staff, actually. And we were all looking at the app, and the app at first was saying things are out, but then after that, the message went away, and then it showed that the train was coming. So we're like, we better go now. We went down to the station. Clearly no trains were coming. So we got to figure out the app. I know it's hard. Sometimes it sees that the train is just a couple stations away, so it's telling, but we got to figure that out, because I know I'm super reliant on the app or on the online information, and if it's not correct, that creates all this extra work and frustration for our staff. Because when we got down to the platform, we saw two officers there. They told us what was happening. They knew, so it was good. Then we went up to the station agent trying to figure out what bus we should take. They didn't know what bus. I was able to look it up, so it was okay. But that's not the station agent's fault. They need to have that information at their fingertip about how to get to nearby stations when we know these problems are going to exist. And then when we got on the bus driver knew there was an outage, but wasn't exactly sure about which station. So I was able to text you guys and find out. And then we were able to communicate with the people on our bus. But again, we need to figure out, and I know it's a really challenging situation, but I think we can do better. When it's a 10-minute delay, it's not a big deal. But when the whole stations are shut down, I just think we need to put all our energy into communications and just make sure that we're being super clear with people, so they don't just all end up in Lyfts and Ubers and feeling really frustrated that they didn't have another option. So the more we can do with communication, the better. And I was curious, I know when we had a major outage, I guess a few months ago, there was a survey sent out to riders after that to see about communication, how it went. So I guess I would encourage us to do that again when there are these. I don't think there was one after that one in August. So I think that is good to do, to be extra communicative with riders and know that we care about what they think. And then we can get this feedback when a director or staff member doesn't happen to be on a train with the feedback. So hope we can do that. And then end on a positive note. I'm so excited about the paper ticket fashion show. I'm not sure I can be there. If I can, it'll be for the tail end. But I hope there's video of it because I definitely want to watch it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Director Ames?
Thank you. Can we go to slide 4, Shane? Slide 4 of your improvements on the system. So my concern is obviously, like what Bob, you were saying, we really need to improve our service levels. We can't have these breakdowns. We need to get riders back to the system. We have a vote potentially coming up in 2026. You didn't say all that, by the way, but I just, we have a big picture here.
It's the next item.
So when I see this, I'd like to know what projects were not planned on this slide. Are these the planned projects that we were going to do? This slide here shows projects, right, that we're going to be working on.
Yes, Director.
So I guess my point is, we had this unplanned August 19th event. We had the fire. And I'm saying we should be tracking these events and then providing new projects to address, new capital projects to address these sudden breakdowns. Meaning to me, this is a backlog project. This was an item that probably should have, the cause of the fire was likely due to a backlog project, a project that was on the books for a while. We didn't think it was needed to be done immediately. And now that we have a pop-up emergency, infrastructure is breaking down. And I'd like to see this project list here maybe get updated to show what new projects we're doing that was really not planned, that we're being aggressive, to your point. You said we were going to be aggressive in addressing these problems. So to me, aggressive is showing new projects on here that are not on the list, new capital programs, and just trying to stay ahead of our aging infrastructure, which I know is difficult because we do nightly inspections of our
So,
system.
Director, happy to spend some more time with you on that. That's some very good comments and appreciate those. The RR project list that you have up there is the direct result of our asset management portfolio and the assets that were at the highest risk and the most impact to the ridership. I mean, that's the whole concept of asset management. Those programs and those dots that you see up on this map here are the direct results of that. So that infrastructure that's most at risk that impacts service and our riders, those are the projects. So that is overlaid against our operations. And that's what's, intentional. That list is intentional. And even the substation, you're referencing, I think you're referencing the challenges we had with the substation. Many of these projects are for traction power, which is, a subset of the substations. And of the 3.5 billion, I think $1.5 billion of it is MEAT's program with our traction power grid, substation and redundancy and upgrading our substations there. So happy to talk more about you, but exactly what you're talking about is this map that's reflective of our operations and vulnerable or aging infrastructure.
Well, I understand that, but if this plan is working, we wouldn't have potentially a fire or a breakdown. I'm not saying this happens all the time, but we had, say, a fuse goes out, whatever the issue is that causes the fire. We had 40 firefighters show up, and there was, it's a big delay. But the bottom line is, this is showing that we have a baseline of projects that we're working on. But then there's also other projects that I think need to get completed to prevent the fire, to prevent a train breakdown. I know there's a big list of projects. It's hard to determine which one rises to the top when you look at this massive infrastructure planning. But I'm just saying, if we want to be aggressive and we want trains not to stop, let's just tighten this up, add more projects to this list that are potentially not on here right now. And this is the whole goal, is to look at the nightly, we look at the condition of the system. Maybe we do more inspections on the fiber optic system or the power systems we get more aggressive to really identify more projects to prevent these kind of situations. I know we have the same goal. I'm just saying that I think it's really related to this backlog of projects that we have potentially. This is a great start. So when we say we want to be aggressive, we want to be proactive and take steps, to me, I'd like to see a little bit more information that shows what additional projects we're doing to, to stay ahead. To your, Bob, you always say, let's stay ahead of the issue. So I'm hoping we can do that. So I appreciate this update. And a lot of folks have texted me and emailed me saying they took, Uber home from San Francisco, and they spent like $40 to get home because Bart didn't show up to pick them up after a concert or an event in San Francisco. Anyway, it's causing a lot of heartache with people, and I hope that we can really dial in our infrastructure plan a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Foley?
Thank you, President Dufty. Follow-up question and a comment. If we find some commonality with a failure within the system, do we have the ability to modify our capital project portfolio under our R to address that?
Yes, sir, we have the ability to pivot, yes.
Okay, super. I'm very supportive of the plan that you've put before us and the plan that you put before the voters, which got our money to Bart. And just to push back a bit, Director Ames, assets fail, and you cannot ensure that every asset will not fail. There's redundancy. We have issues with preventive maintenance, predictive maintenance to try to identify potential failures, and the RR program certainly addresses some of those, but there are things beyond our control. Human intervention, issues that are outside of BART's ability, where things will fail. And sometimes you run to fail. There are asset categories in which failure is what you do with some assets. So I have to push back a little bit and say that I don't think our program isn't focused correctly. I think we are. I think what Shane has said about our ability to redirect and to pivot is key, because if we do see commonality, I think that's what we should do. So with respect to your comments, I agree that if we identify something, I have my trust that Shane and Bob and Michael will put us in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hernandez?
No, I completely agree with Ms. Director Foley. And thank you, Rebecca Saltzman, Director, because of the fact that I always say that communication is key. I'm sure a general manager hears that from me all the time. But it definitely just wanting to make sure that we communicate to those folks, especially, if we call ourselves a BART family, they are our family riding those trains. With regards to the fashion show, very quickly, I would like for you to check to see if after they're done, if we can display them in our area. We did that for Stopways. It was a pretty cool thing for people to see at the lobby. And still looking forward to have the Fairgate schedule up online. We were at the mayor's conference for Alameda County last night, and many of them are waiting and appreciating that schedule to come out. Hayward said there was some JPA funding that would give towards it. And then Mayor Brown from Pleasanton, we said that was her Christmas gifts for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no additional speaker requests, that concludes the general manager's report, and we'll now move on to general public comment. And Mr. Glenn Overton is with us today, and so we'll have him start and then go to any additional commenters online. Good morning.
Morning. I'd like to give 15 or 20 seconds of silence to those who have died using BART, whether intentionally or unintentionally. This underscores the need for safety, protection, protecting our civil rights. We have a civil right to start at point A and proceed to point B. That is our civil right in one piece. Therefore, I ask, why is it that I can see high-rise buildings constructed in a matter of months, and it's taken you years to harden these stations? Why? It's no new technology. Transit systems have been around for over 100 years. Harden our stations and protect my civil rights. My civil right to be able to go from point A to point B safe. Protect that right. Harden these stations. Having said that, I appreciate the clean stations I saw this morning. Some of them are cleaner than others, but I really appreciate that. And the clean trains. Reliable service, clean service is our #1 priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Overton. Any public comment speakers?
Yes. We have a couple hands on Zoom. We'll first go to Barney. Barney, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Barney Smits, and I'm a professional engineer for the record. Following on with the previous safety comments, in a memo regarding the unsafe BSV2 project dated August 16th, AGM Shane Edwards offered responses to the RCI submitted by directors Allen and Ames back in April. My remarks address those responses. First, the view that the BART board is not required by the comprehensive agreement to review and approve each CEQA addendum is preposterous on its face. The very intent of the comprehensive agreement is to keep BART and VTA not only in sync, but maintain BART's role as gatekeeper of what VTA does and does not do on this extension project. And by the very definition of the word, these addenda modify the final EIR, and therefore, per the agreement, must be considered by this board. Think about it. Why would those who drafted the comprehensive agreement and required the BART board to approve the EIR and adopt the project in the first place be okay with VTA coming back and unilaterally modifying the EIR and the project? Since the notion is ridiculous, such a notion is ridiculous. In addition to this board's responsibility to confirm the adequacy of each relevant CEQA addendum and the appropriateness of the underlying scope modifications must be considered also for adoption. The failure to approve these modifications leaves VTA and BART boards forevermore having approved 2 different projects. Regarding the design criteria addendum, if the justification for the DCM's very existence is to bring VTA and BART into alignment on the project specific criteria, and that supposedly happened in 2020, then why has the DCM been modified 3 and soon to be 4 times? Is this criteria becoming more stringent, or is VTA just chipping away at the criteria each time they run into something they can't or don't want to comply with? Yesterday, VTA's project staff stated that the project was building to the BART facility standards. Then why is there even a need for the DCM? Anyone who has ever built a project of this magnitude and complexity knows full well that things only get more complicated during the construction. Wouldn't phase one of this very project that took years for BART to sort out before it was deemed safe enough to operate qualify as Exhibit A for this argument? Have we not learned anything from that experience? Finally, where is this board's attempt at due diligence? Where is the open and transparent discussion on the BSV2 matters? The board may be crossing their fingers and hoping that nothing goes bad, but down the road, your successors and the district's future constituents will not look kindly on your passivity. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alita. Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you, President Bevan Dufty and members. Alita Dupree for the record. She and her with Team Folds, representing Skirt Folds. I speak generally. You know, I'm going to have to suggest to the MTA in New York a fashion show with the Metro cards when they retire those, because we're going over to So hopefully we can see the BART paper ticket skirts out there. Hopefully I can find out more about this. I wrote you letters as I usually do. Don't know if they're well understood, though I think the pictures say 1,000 words, reflective of who I am and give context. But how do I compete to get my words in edgewise? I shouldn't have to. But I'm just an ordinary user of BART, and I'm not originally from the Bay Area, but I shouldn't have to be. And I know that some of you also came from other places too. BART is not just about the Bay Area, but it's about national and worldwide significance. And I ask that we not be in a vacuum when it comes to things to BART, but to learn from other systems and the people who lead them, of which I know many. I engage around the country when I can, doing what I know to do. But I want the safest and most equitable and affordable BART that we can have. But I ask of BART to have a greater consciousness of those of us who use the system. I enjoy BART. I like having fun at BART and sharing with you my stories, especially about life in New York City and about places that are very meaningful to me. But I also take my BART very seriously. And there are others out there, people that you may not hear from, who take BART very seriously. And perhaps I speak for them. It's not new to me because I've been taking the New York City subway very seriously since I started using it in early 1970. So how do I help to bring others onto the train of taking the things of BART seriously, not just about running of trains, but about people, especially those who are often forgotten and not heard of. How do we get there? It shouldn't just be about being at events and talking about it, but practicing. I hope to be in person with you again soon. I shouldn't have to worry about BART, whether I can ride BART because I'm wearing a skirt. I rode the G line in New York City while wearing a skirt at the same time. I think we all should practice the idea that BART's the people's system. Thank you.
There are no additional requests to speak.
Thank you. So that concludes public comment. And now we'll move to our major items on planning, public affairs, access, and legislative items. And Director Rayburn is chair and will lead us in the discussion on both of these items.
Thank you, President Dufty. I'm honored to chair this discussion of BART's financial future and welcome our guest presenters and public speakers. The BART Board seeks to be fully informed of all options as we consider how to address our existential threat. I always strive to be fair, and with President Dufty's support, will allow the entire board to join the queue on separate occasions, specifically to conduct focused, discussions with our distinguished guests from the MTC. Please keep your comments brief and yield the floor to give the speakers time to respond and allow your colleagues an opportunity to speak. As always, I will speak last. And now I welcome our group from BART. Val, would you care to lead off?
Thank you, Director Rayburn. So with us today on this item, we have Rod Lee, Assistant General Manager of External Affairs, Pam Herhold, Assistant General Manager of Performance and Budget, and Amanda Cruz, who's Director of Government Community Relations. I would also note we're very grateful, Director, as you mentioned, that in the audience we're joined by MTC staff, Georgia Gann-Dorman, who's the Assistant Director of Legislation and Public Affairs, is a resource if there are any technical questions on the MTC process. So before I hand it over to Amanda, I would just further note that BART is very appreciative of MTC's leadership on this important matter to sustain transit operations in the region, especially to Chair Sparing, who is overseeing the Select Committee, and MTC legislative staff. We're eagerly waiting for consensus to come out of the MTC Select Committee process. But you, the board, have challenged us to also consider a backup plan because it's essential to continue to provide transit service. And so Amanda will also, and Rob will also be speaking to, again, a backup plan for an operator-led approach. So with that, we'll go to Amanda.
Thank you, Val, and good morning, directors.
Good morning.
So today's presentation is intended to provide the board with an update on efforts regarding a regional transportation revenue measure. We'll begin by contextualizing BART's need for a new funding model to support operations and identify the district's priorities for any future revenue measure. We'll then provide a summary of discussions supported by the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and look at specific measure scenarios proposed at the most recent meeting of their Transportation Revenue Measure Select Committee. Rod will then discuss operator-led revenue concepts and end with a look ahead at BART polling efforts and a timeline with key milestones. So this slide on BART's 5-year outlook should look familiar. As in the adopted 2-year budget, BART is using the balance of our federal emergency aid in combination with state and regional assistance to close our operating deficits. But that funding will be fully expended at the end of fiscal year 26, and beginning in fiscal year 27, the district forecasts deficits of more than $300 million annually. The graph on this next slide is from BART's Role in the Region report and puts into context our need for greater financial assistance. Pre-pandemic, BART's reliance on financial assistance for operations was approximately 41%, which was significantly lower than the national average of 68% for rail agencies. We see remote work and changing travel patterns have resulted in a significant loss of fare revenue, upending our high fare box funding model. And now our forecasted need for financial assistance is at 70% and is more aligned with the national average. In addition to fares and other operating revenue, BART's operating sources come from local funding, state and regional assistance, and one-time federal emergency aid. The two charts here focus on BART's local operating assistance, which makes up nearly 40% of the fiscal year 25 budget. The blue chart breaks down local operating funding by county and sources, while the orange chart looks at corresponding service hours, ridership, and passenger miles. Taking into account the district's sales tax, property tax, and other local assistance, the counties within the 3-county BART district of San Francisco, Alameda, and Contra Costa contribute approximately 91% of local funding and receive 85% of service hours. San Mateo County's $4 million in contributions equal about 1% of local funding, and the county currently receives 12% of BART service hours. Santa Clara's 8% of local funding is derived from the operating and maintenance agreement with VTA for the BART to Silicon Valley extension. So due to the high fixed cost of rail operations, we know BART cannot cut its way to balance budget without impacting service. We are working to reduce costs without impacting service and know that even massive reduction in service hours and frequency would not produce enough cost savings to cover expected funding gaps. However, as you can see in the graph to the right, BART has effectively contained costs compared to peer agencies. Since 2019, BART's operating expenses have been below the national 4% inflation rate and that of our peers in terms of our overall operating budget growth and the cost per service hour. So as BART continues discussions with MTC, our peer operators, and various stakeholder groups, we've outlined here a set of priorities to guide our efforts. First and foremost, a revenue measure must provide a sustainable funding source for operations over the long term. As BART forms the backbone of the Bay Area's transit system, a regional measure must also support service improvements and regional network coordination so transit is a viable alternative to driving. We must also not lose sight of our commitment to equity and ensure that transit is accessible to those who are dependent on it most, equity priority communities, and riders of all abilities. Finally, we'll advocate that a measure prioritize transit over roadway improvements and work to ensure that funding is available to increase service as ridership demand grows. I'll now transition to provide a summary of MTC-led efforts around a regional transportation revenue measure. So immediately after the decision to pause efforts on Senate Bill 1031, MTC began work to convene key parties to build consensus around a new regional transportation measure. In June, an 18-member Transportation Revenue Measure Select Committee was established, as well, and it is made up of MTC commissioners, as well as representatives from Senators Wiener and Wahhab's office, transit advocates, business interests, and labor. The committee is chaired by Jim Sparing and is tasked with building consensus for state legislation that would authorize a regional measure. John Orantes, BART chapter president from SEIU 1031, is a member of this select committee. A 20-member executive group was also formed to play an advisory role to the select committee and consists of representatives from transit operators and county transportation authorities. The general manager is BART's representative to this group. Each group plans to meet 5 to 6 times through the fall and has had 3 meetings to date. MTC is targeting November for when the full commission will consider the select committee's recommendation on a legislative approach. Now, the pause in SB 1031 also brought to light the need for more time to work through various differences when trying to define the region's most pressing problems and viable solutions. Here is a list of just some of the variables and inputs that are influencing current discussions. As you can see in defining the problem, there are various levels of funding that have been identified or the need. We are looking at the size of the measure, who participates, the level of funding, and so forth. So the first meeting of the Select Committee in June focused on outlining the challenges facing the region. We see an uneven transit ridership recovery with fare-dependent agencies such as BART, Caltrain, and Golden Gate experiencing the slowest recovery. In the region, operating costs continue to grow on par with the national average, adding to the significant operating shortfall for large and small operators alike. And with different funding structures for each operator, it is unclear if a one-size-fits-all solution is possible for the region, but a live poll of the committee members showed their highest priority is solving for the fiscal cliff, which has set clear direction in the committee's future work. At the second Select Committee meeting, EMC Research presented a summary of opinion research from the last several months. The various polls showed voters in a pessimistic mood and tax-weary. There was widespread belief that public transit is important to the region, but less than ideal support was shown for a transportation revenue measure. Voters also expressed a desire for a measure that would sustain and improve transit while providing transit traffic relief and some road improvements. The committee then discussed different revenue mechanisms and their political feasibility. Varying tax rates and geographies were examined, and direction was provided to MTC staff to look at a 30-year measure within 4 counties. The revenue mechanisms that generate the most interest were sales, a parcel, and a payroll tax. The third meeting opened with an acknowledgement of the upended political landscape with the withdrawal of the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority housing bond from the November ballot, leaving questions about 2026. This meeting focused on discussing 2 scenarios developed in response to Select Committee comments, which we'll describe in more detail in the coming slides. Scenario 1 is entitled Core Transit, and Scenario 2 titled Go Big. Additionally, there was an alternative framework of separate but coordinated measures pursued by different transit agencies and/or counties. Based on committee input, it is expected the scenarios will be further refined and presented at the next meeting scheduled for September 23rd. So now we'll go into sub-depth into Scenario 1. This was based on a request made by the Select Committee Chair, Jim Spearing, for a 30-year half-cent sales tax in 4 counties, including Alameda, Contra Costa, San Francisco, and San Mateo. The sales tax is projected to raise $540 million a year, and off the top, 10% or $54 million a year would go to transit transformation for the lifetime of the measure. Beyond this, the distribution of the remaining funding will change over time. For years 1 through 8 of the measure, the remaining $490 million of funding would go to offset lost fare revenue and mitigate service impacts to BART, Caltrain, AC Transit, and Muni, plus provide funding for small operators in Alameda and Contra Costa. This would provide an 8-year runway to address future transit funding gaps through means beyond this measure, including growing ridership and fare revenue, especially with implementation of the Transit Transformation Action Plan, allowing local sources of operating funding to recover for agencies such as Muni that have larger potential sources of funding, and seeking additional support from the state and federal government. For years 9 through 15, transit operations would be reduced to $220 million a year, with the remainder going to a county flexible pot. This is intended to recognize that some counties have sales tax that will expire starting in 2034, so these county flex funds allow for a potential backstop if a sales tax renewal is not successful. Finally, in years 16 to 30, all funding is county flex except for the 10% for transit transformation, with transit operations being an eligible expenditure under that category. The graph here shows the change in funding distribution over the life of the measure. We will point out that for fiscal year 26, operating shortfalls reported to MTC totaled $740 million. And for years 1 through 8, approximately $490 million a year would be going to transit operations in this scenario. In years 1 through 8, BART would receive approximately $300 million, leaving a gap of $50 to $80 million a year. In years 9 through 15, BART would receive approximately $160 million through the measure, leaving gaps of approximately $150 million. And for years 16 through 30, we would receive no guaranteed operations funding, but would have to seek that through the county flex pot. The second scenario presented to the committee is termed Go Big and would raise $1.5 billion per year from a payroll or parcel tax in all 9 counties. The rates for the parcel tax would be 28 cents per square foot based on building area, or a 0.5% payroll tax. This scenario responds to requests by Voices of Public Transit and Senator Wiener's office, among others, for a revenue measure that provides robust funding for transit over the life of the measure. And the funding breakdown we have here, with 20% for transit transformation that would be split between the regional and county-based funds, 50% for transit operations and improvements totaling $750 million, and 30% for county flex, in which transit service is also an eligible expense. So this slide, we look at the dedicated transit operations funding broken down by agency. In the first 10 years, operators would receive funding to cover reported funding gaps to help sustain their 2023 service levels. The blue line shows BART receiving $322 million a year during this 10-year period. After 10 years, 50% of funding would be dedicated to offset deficits, and more funding would be directed to invest in transit enhancements by operators not facing funding gaps. So the chart's orange bar shows BART receiving $144 million a year in this period. Finally, an alternative approach to a regional measure was presented to the Select Committee, in which individual agencies facing funding gaps pursue their own measures. This approach may still require state enabling legislation for certain operators, and MTC could play a supporting role in managing a single bill. The graph to the right was presented to the committee, and it uses sales tax as an example to show the various rates needed to cover adjusted fare gaps and operator reported shortfalls. While AC Transit and Caltrain would need relatively small sales tax, as you can see, BART and Muni would require larger measures. And this is allocating no funding to advance transit transformation at a regional level. So my last slide presents BART staff's initial assessments of the 2 scenarios and the alternative framework presented to the Select Committee. First, neither scenario offers a long-term solution that BART is seeking to modernize our funding model with new local revenue. The scenarios bring BART close to addressing our full deficits over 8 to 10 years, but then put us back into a fiscal crisis. The 30-year timeframe of the measure potentially limits BART's ability as well to seek additional funding during that timeframe, and there are concerns with the likelihood that county flex funds would be allocated to BART in light of local needs. BART is in support of a framework that would reassess transit operator need over time with sustained funding from county flex if operators met accountability measures similar to the way metrics were established in the allocation of SB 125 funding. We understand that MTC plans to poll after the November election, and we look forward to seeing results on refined scenarios in advance of enabling legislation being introduced. Finally, the multiple measures proposed in the alternative framework could lead to failure of one or more among tax-weary voters. So with 2 remaining meetings of the Select and Executive Group, of the Select Committee and the Executive Group, BART looks forward to continuing our engagement around a revenue measure that can best meet BART's needs and the region's. We also appreciate the ongoing communication between BART and MTC leadership, the Select Committee members, commissioners, and staff. And so now I'll turn it over to Rod to present on early concepts for an operator-led regional measure.
Directors, Directors, good morning. I just want to start off by just reemphasizing that BART is in full support of our partnership with MTC and their lead effort that they're underway with right now. And we're very committed to working with all the stakeholders on this process to successfully agree upon a proposal that provides long-term funding for Bay Area transit operations. So I just wanted to reemphasize that before I go into these concepts, because if MTC's led effort, and I emphasize if it's unsuccessful, we have outlined some concepts, some operator-led concepts for your consideration. Just for your consideration, no action today, just in case we need to chart a new course. And before I begin on the concepts, I want to remind the board of your taxing authority. The BART board has the authority to place a transactions and use tax, also commonly known as a sales tax, on the ballot within the 3 counties of the BART district. The state of California mandates that the local tax rate in counties throughout the state cannot exceed 2% unless authorized by statute. Currently, based on reporting from the State Department of Tax and Fee Administration, 2 of the 3 counties within the BART district are at the 2% sales tax limit, and those counties are Alameda and Contra Costa counties. If the BART board decided to create an ordinance and place a sales tax measure on the ballot, it would require a 2/3 yes vote to pass. Also, the BART board has authority to levy property taxes up to 5 cents per $100 of assessed property values. However, this authority is constrained by the California Constitution, which imposes a 1% overall limit on property taxes. There is, however, an exception to the 1% limit, and that is to pay debt service on general obligations bonds to fund capital programs, not for operations. So currently, the BART board does not have the authority to impose parcel taxes, so authority would need to be sought through the California legislature. And just for clarification, between a property tax and a parcel tax is assessed at a flat rate or against a specific characteristic other than a property's assessed value. Parcel taxes require a 2/3 yes vote to pass and generally are levied for a short duration of time from 6 to 10 years. Also, I want to note there is a process codified in statute to include additional Bay Area counties in the BART district. It's a process that's outlined in the BART District Act, and it requires the BART Board of Directors to negotiate an agreement with the Board of Supervisors from the county or counties to be annexed. Then the voters of that county or those counties must pass the agreement with the majority vote. Staff is not recommending this process be undertaken at this time. We're just ensuring the board is aware there is an annexation process outlined in the District Act. Now I'd like to highlight a few potential operator-led scenarios for discussion only, not for action today. So if you notice on the chart in front of you, we have 2 tables, and depicted there you see 3 different scenarios, A, B, and C. Scenario A is for a potential 5-county measure, which would include all of the counties within the BART service area. Scenario B is a potential 4-county measure, which would include 3 counties of the BART district and San Mateo County. And scenario C is potentially a 3-county measure within the BART district. The first table displays a sales tax at 1/2 cent for each of the scenarios, whereas the second table depicts a flat rate parcel tax needed to reach approximately the same level of estimated annual revenue as the sales tax would generate. And we want to be clear, the annual revenue generated from each of these scenarios listed here would fund transit operators and programs throughout the specified counties, including BART. If the decision is made in the future to move forward on an operator-led measure, then legislation would be needed. For a sales tax measure, an exemption or a special authorization would be needed to exceed the 2% county sales tax cap. And for a parcel tax measure, legislation would be needed to acquire the authority to levy a parcel tax. And lastly, if multiple operators are included in this plan, we'll have to develop an expenditure framework. And then looking ahead, directors, we've got a couple of slides here. The first is on polling. So we're currently positioned and poised to go out to engage voters within the 5-county BART service area and solicit opinions from them in regards to how the voters are currently feeling about BART and other transit operators throughout those 5 counties. We will start with a poll of a 0.5-cent sales tax. That's a start. This is the first of a series of polls that we intend to conduct throughout the course of the next 24 months until November of 2026. The polling begins later this month, and we anticipate we'll have it completed and have a report ready to review with you by the end of October. And then lastly here, directors, is a timeline with some key milestones listed. Starting with your board meeting today, where we are, and then proceeding forward to the MTC Select Committee meetings that are happening, one in September and one that's tentative in October, as well as our polling is listed here, starting in a week or two and then ending in the end of October. And then the MTC Commission, they've got a tentative date for the commission to actually meet and potentially endorse a framework, and that's slated for November 20th. After that, directors, I want to bring your attention to January of 2025. This is a date that we've mentioned to you a couple times at your board workshop and in your meetings as a date we've termed as go, no-go date for BART. The reason why this date is very significant for staff to come back to you and for your board to potentially make a decision on which direction we're going to go is because throughout 2025, there's a legislative effort that's needed, as I discussed earlier with enabling legislation. We will need the entire year of 2025 to go through that process. If we're successful in that process, then in 2026, beginning in early 2026, there should be an educational campaign that we launch just to inform riders in regards to what our need is and what our need is here, as well as the voters throughout the area. And then at some point, it transitions away from BART and it goes into a campaign. And then we go into November of 2026. So we have a very short window in regards to making certain that we have enough time to go through that entire process to potentially be successful if you decide that we want to have an operator-led effort. So that concludes our presentation at this point, and we're very open for comments and questions.
Thank you very much, everyone. I would also like to ask if Georgia Dorman from the MTC would like to share any comments with us.
Hi, everyone. I'm Georgia Dorman with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. I'm Assistant Director for Legislation, and I am providing support to the Transportation Revenue Measure Select Committee, and I'm happy to answer any technical questions that come up during the discussion.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there will be. Let's first go to the public comments. And at the top of my list is Emily Beach from San Mateo County Transit District. Thank you for coming all the way over to visit with us this morning.
Very much appreciate that. I'm Emily Beach. I'm Chief Communications Officer for the San Mateo County Transit District. Thank you all for your service to BART. I commuted over here taking the Millbrae BART line today. It was safe, clean, and on time, and it's an honor to engage with you in this discussion about the regional measure. I know we are all working, our hearts are in the same place. We are working towards a common goal for a fair and reasonable and viable regional measure that can pass from the voters, and really appreciate the robust public debate that's happening on various stages in our boards of directors and at the regional level. I think we can all agree good decision-making happens when we have common understanding of facts, and that way we can agree on a path forward. That's why we were a little bit concerned, to say the least, in the San Mateo County Transit District when we saw the slide posted in the presentation on Tuesday, slide number 5 specifically, that talks about local funding assistance. We feel it does not fully and fairly account for the financial contributions that San Mateo County taxpayers and the riders have paid into the system over the years, including special surcharges at all stations in San Mateo County. The reason this is important is these facts are going to shape our discussions in what counties may or may not participate in regional measures and to what extent they may. There seems to be a narrative that we're concerned about that perhaps San Mateo County hasn't paid their fair share into the BART system. That is not true. And we feel that there's reasons for the lack of clarity. And part of that is because it's a very long and complicated history between San Mateo County and the BART system. Most of us were not employed by our agencies back in the 1990s and in 2007 when San Mateo County funded the extension down to San Francisco Airport and Millbrae to the tune of $500 million in those years. We weren't around in 2007 when there were agreements made about future capital and operations funding. But it's our responsibility, our agency, and we look forward to working in partnership with BART to get that message out there. We did send a letter yesterday. We wrote it quickly that begins to tell a little bit more about that story. We hope you'll read it in your packet. We know you're all very busy. But just to highlight a few of those other financial contributions. 2% of our annual Measure A sales tax, about $27 million since 2009 came to BART, $801,000 annually for STA funds diverted from Samtrans through MTC to BART, SFO operating expenses, and importantly, those rider surcharges. We don't have the complete picture yet. We look forward to working with BART staff, but we think in fiscal year 24, they could have equaled about $21 million. And when ridership was higher pre-pandemic in 2019, could have been as much as almost $38 million. So in closing, we just want you to know we deeply value BART, the work you do, the service you provide. We want BART to succeed, and we want to be a well-connected regional transportation system. It's important to all of us, and we look forward to continuing to being good partners with you. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your letter and for your comments today. And I expect we will have a robust discussion on the table on page 5. Next speaker is, we have Sebastian Petty from SPUR. Welcome.
Good morning, directors. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. SPUR has gone on the record for a long period of time now that we're very concerned about the fiscal state of transit in the Bay Area and BART in particular. You know, our strong feeling is that any regional measure that proceeds regardless of the funding mechanism, regardless of the exact geography, regardless of the sponsoring entity, needs to have significant and sustained funding for BART operations as its core. To that end, we really appreciate that you're having this conversation today. As you've seen, these are very complicated conversations. There's a lot of steps involved, and there's really no way to do this other than to have the conversations in public. And so it's, I think, very helpful to the overall process to get this information out there. There are 2 points that I'd want to emphasize, and we've made similar points in the context of the MTC Select Committee and to other agencies. The first is that we're facing a lot of uncertainty. We saw the BAFA housing bond pulled sort of at the last minute. This year, we're facing obviously a very contentious federal election that's likely to shape the mood of the Bay Area's electorate one way or another in a significant way. And so we would encourage you to continue to look at various options for funding, and we would normalize the idea that we may need to proceed for some time with a few different possible solutions. It really may be a while before we really know exactly where the electorate is and what's going to be viable at the polls. We don't want transit to be in the position that BAFA was this year in the fall of 2026. The second point I would emphasize, and really echoing Emily Beach's comments, is whatever solution we're able to come up with as a region, it's going to be better if we're able to find common ground and work together. And so would really emphasize and continue to emphasize to everyone that we need to work on finding a common goal for the future and not get bogged down in historical disagreements or conflicts with each other. BART is going to do better if it's able to draw funding from more than just the BART district counties. And we want to be a supportive partner in working with you, working with San Mateo, working with other counties in the region to find a way to make that possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. And next, John Arantes, BART's SEIU representative.
Good morning, President Dufty, Chair Rayburn, directors, and General Manager Powers. John Orantes, President of BART Chapter, SEIU 1021. I have the privilege to be part of the MTC Select Committee Transit Measure. This is a very challenging endeavor that will take a lot of hard work to come up with the right solution that works for everyone. The failure of the House bond measure in making it to the ballot in 2024 shows that we all need to work together to make sure we are successful with a public transit measure in 2026. 9 counties measure is the right solution for all the citizens of the Bay Area to make public transit public transit to the next level and make it the world-class system that the Bay Area deserves. But it might not be possible, and we must be ready to opt for other options like a 3, 4, or 5 county measure, or even the unfortunate option of the public transit agencies going to the voters by themselves. These lesser options will fail to make public transit in the Bay Area the great system that it could be, but one thing is clear: the Bay Area cannot afford to have BART and Muni make service cuts. We need to move forward, not backwards. SEIU, AFSCME, ATU, leadership, and members are ready to stand by your side and help to make sure this measure passes at the ballot box. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those strong sentiments. Do we have other speakers online?
We do. We have several, about 13 right now online.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Director Allen?
Thank you.
Go
Can you
ahead.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi there. Director Allen here. I apologize, not with you today. But I actually kind of like making my comments with 3 minutes in public comment. I don't get interrupted. But here's my comments on this. First of all, a big question: what new oversight?
This is the public comments, Director Allen.
And I'm a member of the public.
Gina, would you please share with us?
Yeah.
This is specifically the
Director
public
Allen may
comment.
make public comment under the same rules that apply to other public commenters.
Okay. All right. Please continue on.
Okay, I'm not sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So first big question: what new oversight enhancements have been included in the proposed tax measures that we are addressing? I know you can't answer that question, but I hope a board member will bring up this discussion. And to support the need for more oversight, we need to look no further than BART's continued upward spiral of operating expenses. 11% increase in true OpEx for just fiscal year 2025's budget over 24. And that was before another $20 million gets added in fiscal year 26 for the extension of the labor contracts. This agency is not sustainable on its current course. It must be reorganized from the top down, and that includes reorganization and revisiting of labor contracts and vendor contracts and the amount that's being spent on consultants and other things. You can't keep spending your way out of this crisis. You just can't. All of this discussion covers only the needs. The discussion here today covers only the needs to keep operating the system. It doesn't include the other part of the equation, which is the known $3 billion of critical infrastructure needs that are not, we do not have funding for. And that's $3 billion of some 10 billion or more over the next 10 years of all needs. So we are only looking in the region, and the committee and the subcommittees are only looking at one half of the total equation. Infrastructure needs are completely ignored in these analyses. So you need to look no further than the presentation earlier in this meeting from AGM Edwards to understand that issue. The solution, I actually want to propose a solution to this regional county disagreement that we heard from the representative from San Mateo. BART should embark upon immediately a transparent study of the funding components versus the ridership benefits to each county. That's a lot more than the little slide that was put up on the screen. I'm saying hire some consultants and do a full report of all of the funding components from each county. And let's solve that issue once and for all and stop bringing up the inequity of the funding between the different parts of the BART system. That could solve the problem entirely. That's all I have today. Thank you for allowing me to speak in public comment.
Okay, thank you. And next public comment.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her with Team Folds. This is complicated. I don't live in the BART district. I can't vote for any of this, but I appreciate you offering me standing to speak anyway. We have a short time frame in getting this work done, whether it be a BART-only measure or a regional measure. And I really appreciate MTC getting involved with this. And I think back to, I think it was a meeting of the Select Committee where there was a chart that showed a number of different tax mechanisms. Some would be easier to implement than others. I've considered the idea of a hotel tax, which is very commonly used to finance stadiums and convention centers and the like. But legislatively, we might not be able to get something like that done in time. So I see in this presentation that we really do have a lot of constraints, that the state limits us to how much sales tax we can impose. And it has to go through a vote anyway. How do we navigate this very narrow path? 2/3 is a pretty high bar. Yes, the Caltrain Measure RR succeeded, and I supported that measure, which is 1/8 cent in the 3 counties of Caltrain. And we have some very big needs. I would hope that federal assistance would continue to come someday, because I think even on a national basis, we have to rethink how we fund public transit. And I think there is a national case to be made for public transit that goes simply on beyond the borders of transit districts. If New York didn't have their subway, the effects would be felt worldwide. And we're seeing problems that are happening in the Northeast Corridor on Amtrak, where trains are getting stranded in the North River tunnels and in New Jersey. And these have national significance. They impact whether people will come to visit a particular place or how they're going to navigate a particular path between home and the destination of their choice or need. We have to continue working at funding the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sprague, please go ahead. Please.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sprague Turplin, resident of San Francisco, and just wanted to speak out in general in support of as region-wide as possible, as broad as possible of a measure, whatever the final determination is, just something that does, of course, encourage, maintain, improve sustainable, seamless transit connectivity as broad-based as possible with as many different counties involved, as well as ideally no competing measures. Just as a voter, I would prefer to have to choose between one measure and not have competing measures, which might water it down. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Public Advocates Transit. Please go ahead.
Good morning and welcome.
Hello, this is Laurel Pajasikins from Public Advocates and Voices for Public Transportation. We are in strong support of a regional measure that has sustainable funding for transit. As seen in the presentation, MTC's scenario 1 would ask voters to pay more and get service cuts. This option won't win, and we believe there are risks of individual agencies doing their own measures. We believe there is a winning coalition of labor, riders, climate, and environmental advocates, faith leaders for a measure that supports abundant transit from progressive sources and that is climate positive, and then any authorizing legislation should include the ability to do a citizens initiative. And finally, as an Alameda County resident, I want to remind the board that a set of cities in Alameda County have the highest sales tax in California already, and that sales tax is regressive. Payroll taxes are used to fund transit in Oregon and New York City, and I think those should be considered as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next public speaker, please.
Dylan. Dylan, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dylan Finch. I am a resident of Redwood City. I'm on the Redwood City Planning Commission and the Samtrans Citizens Advisory Committee, but I'm just speaking for myself today as a transit rider. I live in Redwood City, so I always have to take Caltrain to BART every time that I would like to ride it. So coordinated service is very important to me. I support the regional measure and would like it to cover as much of the region and its funding shortfalls as possible so that transit stays viable for as many trips as possible. Personally, I own a car, but I prefer to take transit if possible. But poorly coordinated transit, poorly funded transit, and long connection times between well-funded transit and poorly funded transit makes transit less viable, and it forces people like me to do more of my trips by car and clog our already congested roads. I worry that if we have separate competing measures, some will pass and some will fail, making cross-agency trips less viable and our region less connected. Thank you all for your hard work on this.
Thank you for your comments, Dylan. Next public speaker, please.
Warren. Warren, please go ahead.
I believe I'm unmuted. All right. My name is Warren Cushman from Community Resources for Independent Living here in Hayward. I am totally blind, and I am representing people with disabilities today. We have a lot of concerns around all of this. One of the biggest concerns we have is wayfinding. I know that BART is involved with a regional wayfinding project with the MTC. We want to make sure that's preserved. Also, we have a need for paratransit services, which BART is also connected to, with relating to East Bay Paratransit. We want to make sure we look at paratransit and the needs of paratransit. In terms of the kind of measure, we prefer as much connectivity and regionality as we can get. As transit-dependent riders, we go everywhere. We travel everywhere, and we need that connectivity not only with the public system but also with the paratransit system. So we do support a 9-county measure, and we would love to have the BART board and the BART staff look for ways to make this a regional conversation as much as they can. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Next public speaker, please.
Jenny. Jenny, please go ahead.
Dear all honorary staff, neighbors, personal comments. I'm Jenny Michelle, a native and resident of Menlo Park. I use Samtrans, VTA, and Caltrain for transportation due to a serious health condition or disability. Professionally, as a commercial property manager, we are obligated through various municipalities to reduce vehicle use. My colleagues, our staff, tenants, trades use public transit, especially BART, as much as possible. About 20 to 30% of my workforce live in the county they serve. Said another way, we outsource the majority of our labor from the other 8 Bay Area counties and even beyond, like Stanislaus. Office product is not forecasted to recover to pre-pandemic levels soon, if ever. The outsourcing of labor will continue until adequate housing is produced on the peninsula, which could take a few decades or longer. I support both professionally and personally a regional funding measure covering as much of the region as possible to maintain, improve, and coordinate service across multiple agencies. I do not want to choose between multiple competing measures. Added context. Our son attends the local elementary school who requests all parents to choose ABC, anything but car. The overall push coming from everywhere is to get off the car or to abstain using by about 40% of the time. Transit is the future and the priority. Additionally, for the record, I work with local Menlo Fire District in a CERT capacity and neighborhood organizations on disaster prep for large-scale incidents. It should be documented and understood that many cities, notably Atherton, who do not house any of their workforce or people serving them in the case of a scaled disaster. Their plan is to ferry or bypass ground transit and use water bay transport for disaster workers. I'm pushing for BART Caltrain use as well. I'm assuming this body is aware of this and taking it into consideration. I want to flag it now. In other words, as you know, the scope of coordination is expanding and any scope increase equates to cost increase as it relates to BART. The base assumption I have is that expenses are going to increase, so maybe we actually need 11 billion. We need to do whatever we can to keep the heart of BART robustly beating. Side note, my BART sweater is coming soon. I can't wait to wear it. Hashtag I love you guys. Thanks for your consideration. Jenny from the block.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Next public speaker, please.
Emil, please go ahead.
Hey, I'm Emil Abraham. I'm a resident of Mountain View. It was my father's first time visiting the Bay Area this past weekend. I showed him how awesome my city was for transit because it had a transit stop for Caltrain, VTA buses, VTA light rail, free community shuttle. I bragged about how we have transit touching every part of the entire Bay Area and how cool it was to be able to get around the entire Bay by train or bus. When we started planning on how to leave my city, however, I showed him how many transfers we had to make and how many different agencies we had to go through and how poorly coordinated the transfers were across agencies. We ended up deciding to drive because it would take 1/3 of the time. He asked me why that was, and I had to embarrassingly explain that our agencies have a difficult time working together. I had to explain that they often act in the interest exclusively of their own transit agency, often at the cost of the transit riders across the entire region. So only one of the options presented feels like it promises to prioritize rider experience first and foremost. And that's the scenario 2, go big, 9-county option with enough funding to maintain, improve, and coordinate service. So I hope we consider this option and work together with all counties and agencies to make sure that we don't sacrifice rider experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next public speaker, please.
Adina, please go ahead.
Hello, good morning, BART board members. Dina Levin with Seamless Bay Area, part of Voices for Public Transportation. For disclosure, I sit on the select committee. I'm also representing the MTC's customer advisory group and wanted to really echo the perspectives of the transit riders who have spoken so far, wanting to see a regional funding measure that covers as many counties and agencies as possible in order to be able to maintain and improve and coordinate the Bay Area's public transportation system in order to regrow and increase transit ridership, which we need for equity, we need for our climate goals, we need for the economic survival and thriving of our people and region. And wanted to really appreciate the BART board's principles, including the coordination and equity. I'm a San Mateo County resident, and so I use Caltrain and BART and Samtrans and Muni and VTA to get around. And that personal life experience as a transit user is something that is very common, and really urge the BART board and the other transit agency boards to really think about the experience of us as transit users who are taking multiple agencies. And so in order to have a viable transit system, we need to have the funding for the multiple agencies and the coordination amongst the multiple agencies, and therefore support the funding options that will deliver that, and not have a agency by agency and county by county options that will have a lot of risk and also won't deliver the coordination that we need to improve the service and enable more people to use transit. Also, as a San Mateo County resident, I wanted to call out the I know that there's complicated math in terms of the amount of money between San Mateo County and BART, and differences of opinion about how that math works. And really very much encourage the agencies to be working together. In the Samtrans letter, the general manager talked about appreciating the role of BART in serving the county and the region, and I hope that the agencies are able to work together to come up with solutions to fund and improve and coordinate transit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adina. Next public speaker, please.
Catherine. Catherine, please go ahead.
My name is Catherine Hentges. I live in downtown San Jose in transit-oriented housing. I'm currently a member of the pilot program for Clipper Bay Pass that covers all the Clipper agencies. I'm really enjoying using that. I take part from there. I take VTA 500 shuttle to Berryessa, and from there I can go to Union City, go to Big Daiso, I can go to Oakland, Berkeley, San Francisco. I have clients I deliver to in San Francisco, and I went to the big BART fair last year in Berkeley. But the biggest problem I have with all this travel is the lack of coordination and wait times. And you need to have a coordinated effort. I second everything Adina just said. She knows much more about the technical end of it, but just speaking as a regular transit writer, I use VTA extensively. I try to not use my car unless I absolutely can't make a trip by bus. If I or rate lumber and needs to go on the roof of my station wagon, obviously I can't carry that on VTA or BART. But I believe in transit for the future and to reduce our climate impacts, especially with the horrendous long commutes people are doing because they can't afford housing near the main work centers. And all the employees who thought they were going to be able to work remotely and were forced back to office. Now suddenly they're leaving from way far into East County or South County or wherever. BART is a very important piece of our system. And I also agree with the person saying that good transit also affects tourism. San Francisco is a big tourist destination. Being able to use BART to get around sure is a factor other than being used in deciding whether or not it's feasible. And we definitely need to have one unified funding measure, whether it's for a hotel tax or a payroll tax, whatever. I agree that sales tax progressive may not be best choice. It hurts people. It's hurt people the hardest, and voters are tired of high sales tax rates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comment. While the next online speaker is on, I'll ask Glenn Overton to make his way to the podium.
Next speaker is Maggie. Maggie, please go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Maggie Trin. I live in San Mateo and I am a board trustee for the San Mateo Foster City School District. And I want to thank you for your service as a fellow public official. I have lived in the Bay Area since 2004. Since that time, I've lived in the East Bay and the Peninsula and have used almost all of the agencies that serve the Bay, from AC Transit, BART, Muni, Caltrain, Samtrans, VTA, Amtrak, and more. And my husband and I used to be car-free college students at UC Berkeley using green TransLink cards. That's how long it's been. Now we are a one-car family with 2 school-age kids, and we often take public transit all over the Bay to work, events, museums, and more. There's something different about taking public transit when you don't just get in a car or drive everywhere. You are part of a community on public transit and you get to see the richness and diversity of the Bay Area. And I think that's really special. And as a school board member, I know that many of our families do not have a personal vehicle and use buses to get to school, both buses driven by, the yellow school buses, as well as Samtrans buses. And for all of these reasons, I strongly support a 9-county regional funding measure so that the different agencies can coordinate service. I don't want to choose between competing measures. I believe that the whole system is stronger together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker will be Glenn Overton. He's in-house.
I'd like to be a chaos agent. Let's just shut 9 counties down. Just take a day off. Take a couple. Take a week. No transit agency open today. None. You don't want to fund this? Let's just shut it all down. I'm not going to argue with you. Well, I wouldn't argue with you. I'll just shut the doors. See, we'll satisfy everybody. We'll satisfy the taxpayers because they won't have to pay taxes on nothing, right? Let's just satisfy everybody. We'll satisfy the agencies. They won't have to pay wages. I don't know if we're going to satisfy the employees. We'll satisfy the government. They won't have to raise any taxes. I don't know if we're going to satisfy the riders, but they'll hit the cars, Jack. And what about the regional employers that rely upon these systems? Let's just go around satisfying everybody. You don't want to pay taxes. I mean, the taxpayers say, geez, I feel bad about paying more. Okay, fine. Now you don't have to pay anything because we're not going to have any agencies. They all took some week time off. Let's just stop this. We know the importance of these agencies. They all should be coordinated. They all should get together, work together. Chaos. We'll burn down the environment with all that pollution. Just think about it. You won't be able to see in front of you. Get together, get this stuff organized. Chaos. We'll satisfy everybody. We'll just cause chaos.
Thank you, Mr. Overton. Next public speaker online.
George. George, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is George Spees. Hello, my name is George Spees. I'm an active transportation and transit advocate in Oakland. I use BART, I use AC Transit, I use Muni, I use WETA, and Bay Wheels often for all of my transportation uses because I live car free. I was a member of the MTC Connect Bay Area working group, and I saw there the complexity of developing a regional funding measure, along with a big dose of narrow parochial interests and vested interests pushing to offload funding burdens to sales taxes, which of course are the most progressive form of revenue generation. We're not in a position to delay coming to grips with the climate crisis and our desperate need to move away from single occupancy vehicle use. On top of that, the artificial funding crisis threatens economic vitality, people's livelihoods, and the well-being of many people who are dependent on transit. I say the funding crisis is artificial because it's not inherent, but the result of past decisions by elected officials and other decision makers, which could be changed. I support a regional funding measure covering as much of the region as possible to improve and coordinate service across all the agencies, including incorporating the current Bay Wheel system as a public transit function with public funding and governance. I don't want to choose between multiple competing measures, and I fear that going down this road is patchwork funding and serious setbacks to the coordination and seamlessness of the regional transit system. It is indeed one regional system, despite its administrative balkanization, but any system is only as strong as its weakest links. And uneven, uncertain, and uncoordinated funding and planning affects the entire system. And if we don't solve this problem in a coordinated way, we will all suffer for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Spies. Next public speaker.
Gina, please go ahead.
Good morning, board members, President Duffy. Fine, thank you. Thank you for having this public forum. There's no question we all want consensus because transportation is vital to all of us here. Transportation that is completely transparent, though. In order to receive consensus from the public, from the elected representatives, and the community, we need complete transparency. As was mentioned earlier, and I think by one of your board members in the public, if we can, or actually not if we can, you should be providing information as to what resources and funding come out of each county so that we can make a fully informed decision moving forward here. The public needs that information. This is not something new. We've always needed complete transportation here. If you are charging a surcharge in a county or anywhere in the system, that needs to be a part of what we see so that we know how we can improve overall. Again, Samtrans has asked for information. It has not been forthcoming. As soon as we can get the information, we can work together here. We all want a solution that is an integrated system. BART was a part of the Blue Ribbon Transportation Recovery Plan, as was I. And I believe the BART board supported it. We want coordination, we want better systems overall, but we need to see what's happening, what's coming in. I applaud you with the fare gates here. I understand their ticket sales are up 11%. This is the kind of information we all need to see moving forward here, because it's viewed now that BART is just going to need funding from the public in perpetuity here. Show us you can be sustainable. Show us that we can integrate everything and everybody can get along. We really look forward to working with you, but please, nobody wants to look like a scapegoat. None of the counties do. So please provide the information. Let us all work together, build consensus, and keep public transportation at the highest level possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next public speaker, please.
Catherine, please go ahead.
Hi, good morning, board members. This is Catherine Dumont. Good morning, and I live in San Mateo County, and I'm a Bay Area native, and I take Caltrain because it's the closest to me, but I mostly go up and down the peninsula because that's the easiest way to get anywhere. But we do go to both the San Jose and San Francisco airports by transit as much as possible when the schedules are good. And we go to San Francisco a lot for events. I have a friend who goes to BART takes BART, Caltrain and BART regularly to get to Oakland to provide childcare for her grandson. So coordinating services is hugely important. I support a regional funding measure that covers as much of the region as possible. We need to think big. As our SEIU gentleman said, let's move forward. I've worked in the Bay Area and in high tech for 40 years. I've been working in tech since before personal computers, before the internet, before cell phones. We've seen great things coming out of tech, and yet we are just, I think we do not have world-class transit system here. As a result, people who are coming in from all over because of the high cost of housing, the people who we need to come to our cities and keep them thriving, are driving in, and our climate has suffered as a result. Driving is not cheap, it's extremely expensive. And if we can make transit a coordinated and a real viable option to the people who need to use it to get to where they're going, then we will build public confidence, and that will increase public support. We need to have a vision for transit that is befitting to our region and showcases who we are as a great technology center and a people center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dumont. Next public speaker, please.
There are no additional hands raised.
Wow. I'm so grateful to hear all these wonderful and thoughtful public comments, in particular from San Mateo County residents, where there seems to be a consistent theme asking for coordination. And I'm going to ask that please stick around for our presentation on the role of the region during the next part of this committee. In particular, we'll look at the map of what's the connections between BART and Caltrain. And I want to share with you that the launch on the cusp of Caltrain's electrification on the 21st this month and schedule changes, BART actually made schedule changes to coordinate better with that upcoming change from our partners at Caltrain. And I think we all look forward to that level of coordination over the long term into the future. Before we move on to the director's comments, I'll just ask if staff and Georgia from the MTC would like to address the comments that we received, 2 letters from San Mateo County, and we heard comments from Emily Bach this morning about a potential inequity in the way we're calculating the contributions. Would we be able to address that briefly?
Absolutely.
Audience?
Yeah, Chair Rayburn, Pamela Herhold here. Just to start, we value our partners in San Mateo County, and we recognize and value their contributions to the BART system. So the county breakdown that Amanda showed on slide 5 of the presentation specifically spoke to local operating sources. That's all we were portraying across all the 5 counties in the table, because the operator deficit, BART's deficit, is really what we're trying to address today. So in that information, we did not try to account for capital contributions to the BART system by any county, nor fare surcharges paid by riders. And I will note for you that nearly every single trip on the BART system has some form of fare surcharge. You don't see it because you just pay the total fare, but we have multiple surcharges that apply to all, nearly all trips in the system. So I do want to mention that, we can pull together numbers, but if we did provide a full accounting of all the categories that were listed in the letter from Samtrans, neither fare surcharges or capital contributions are paid disproportionately by the San Mateo County taxpayers or riders, going back through history. So, the riders pay the fare revenue, the riders see the benefit. In our 3 district counties, the county residents pay sales tax and property tax, and also have taxed themselves to support capital programs for the district. So, it's a very complicated mess of numbers. We're happy to provide that information in responding to one of the callers about the fare surcharge information that we did send out to Samtrans. We did send everything that we had ready access to. We turned around the data request as quickly as we could. So we look forward to continuing our work with San Mateo County Partnership, our partners down there. And, I'm pleased to see that we're having these discussions. So, more to come.
Georgia, do you have any comments on any perceived inequities between counties in the Bay Area?
Well, I think on all of the number questions, BART staff did a great job explaining sort of what's the status and what's the state of play. I think what's really important to note is that the Transportation Revenue Measure Select Committee was specifically pulled together to have representatives from across the Bay Area. And I think Amanda pointed out the Transportation Revenue Measure Select Committee has members from the MTC Commission that are sitting on the Select Committee, both with their commission hats on and with their local elected official and leader hats on from the various counties to make sure those voices are heard, as well as obviously other important members representing other stakeholders around the region.
Thank you for that piece of insight. And now we'll turn to the board members, and we were having a bit of a problem with our electronic queuing, but it appears to be working. And I want to give Director Simon, if she's on the line. No? Okay, I will not give Director Simon a jump in the queue. Let's go first to Director Salzman.
Thank you, and sorry, I'm probably going to have lengthy comments, but this is the biggest item on the agenda today, so I'm guessing a few of us will. First, I kind of wish I didn't have to address it, but I feel like it has to be addressed. I don't think it's appropriate for board members to call in and make public comments on such a big item. They can come to the board meeting, or they can go through the process to be a remote member. That is possible, and transportation is something that is solvable. So if directors don't know that, it's happened before where a director couldn't get here and transportation was arranged. We all have our BART passes, and staff are available throughout the district to help get a board member to a BART station. So I don't know. I'm probably going to talk to the general counsel and see if we need to address that in the board rules, but I just don't think that's appropriate, because I know some members of the public probably have left and might think that one director's opinion is the opinion of the board, and I don't think we should let that stand. So now getting to the item of today, I want to make clear, especially since hearing some of the public comments, our plan number one has been, for the past year since we discussed this at the board workshop, Plan A is go with the regional 9-county measure. And that is still the Plan A at BART. We want that to work, but we also have to understand that it's possible it might not work. And to not have a Plan B would be more than unwise. It would be disastrous. This is an existential crisis for BART. So I think it makes perfect sense to keep planning full steam ahead on a Plan B in case plan A doesn't work out. And if plan A works out, great, we drop our plan B, no problem, we're in full support. But we need to have both options considering the limited time that we have here. And given the limited time, I just wanted to talk more about, so the polling, to only poll on a sales tax. And I think we absolutely should poll. We need to find out where the public is. There's been so little polling on this issue. It's really surprising that there's been so little polling in the region, but I think it's up to us at this point. But if we only poll on the sales tax and there's a decision point in January, it seems like we only have data on the sales tax. I say we, it's not me anymore at that point. Those of you who are on the board, staff, and the new board members only have the data on the sales tax polling. So if the new board comes in and they say, we don't want a sales tax, we only want a parcel tax, they're going forward blind, right? Because they won't have data. Nobody else is polling on a parcel tax, correct?
That's my understanding, right? Yes.
So how do we set this next board up to make a decision without the data?
Again, so I'm in listening mode a little bit here, and I'll just have a discussion with you, Director Salzman, on it. Look, we could add, so a question or two on a parcel tax to the polling that we're doing right now, that we're going to go out with, that Rod's going to go out with in a couple of weeks here. We could do some follow-up polling after this initial round comes back by the end of October. And that follow-up polling would do, focus on parcel tax, depending on, how the sales, what the temperature was on sales tax. So happy to, that's why we have this item in front of us. If you think I'm light on the polling and should be looking at sales tax and parcel tax, tell me that. And, I'll factor that into my calculus and work with Rod.
Okay. Well, my vote would be that we figure out how to poll on a parcel tax. I would not be prescriptive today and say you must include in this poll, because I think you should talk to the pollsters and figure out what makes the most sense from a polling perspective. So whether it's in this poll or if it's follow-up, my vote, though, is that you have that data by January on both the sales and the parcel tax. Even if it shows, that the sales tax is much more popular, like that needs to be known. We just know, going all the way back to 2020, but, before the pandemic hit and when there were conversations about a regional measure on transportation, there was a lot of disagreement about what the mechanism should be. And there's a lot of disagreement on the MTC-led conversation about what the mechanism should be. So to not poll, to not have that data, I think it puts the next board in a really problematic situation. So that would be my vote, is to look at everything that we have as options. And if there are other options that we're not thinking of, it'd be good to find out what those are. So to have conversations over the coming weeks and months with leaders in the region, with advocates, to see if there's something we're missing here, some creative funding solution. I just want to say, BART does need a new model. So there were comments about, we have to figure out some way to reformat our financing so that we don't need help forever. We're going to need help for at least a very, very, very long time. And it's only because BART is the only transit agency which was set up in this wacky way where 70% of our operating budget is covered by our fare net revenue. I know all of you know this, but I think it's important to say because it was brought up by public comment. That is not sustainable in the current way of how people get to work. It's not going to be sustainable in 10 years. It's unlikely to be sustainable in 20 years, 30 years, who knows, maybe. But it's going to be a very long time and maybe forever, because every other transit agency has a much lower fare box recovery. What isn't like 30% considered excellent? That's considered excellent. And there are many bus operators lower than 10%, which is fine. It's a public service. I'm not saying they're doing it the wrong way, but we're set up in this way that nobody else is. So we have unique needs. And I think that's important to tell people again and again and again. I continue to have conversations with constituents and people don't understand that. And when I explain that is why we need this measure, they get it. It's very understandable, but we just have to hammer that in, that that is our situation. It's not that we did something wrong. It's that the world changed and the way we were set up before isn't going to work going forward. So going forward, we need to have the same public support that every other transit agency has. So that's why this is so important. That's why we need, a long-term solution, not a solution for 5 or 10 years, because that just creates that new fiscal cliff that you guys have talked about, which we don't want to set up for future boards. And then I think finally, on the San Mateo issue, thank you for your response. And I want to be clear, this is about, if we have new funding coming in. And so this isn't about, switching sort of what's happened in the past, which, BART made a bad deal. That's not San Mateo's fault. And it wasn't any of us. This is a very long time ago. And I think BART learned from it and had a better deal with Santa Clara. So we can't do anything. I'm not blaming anybody for that. It is what it is. But going forward, if we end up with a 3-county measure, that just increases the imbalance. So the balancing out, to me, isn't balancing out the historic, it's balancing out the moving forward, since if we had this 3-county measure and San Mateo residents weren't contributing to this 3-county measure. So that's at least how I'm thinking about it. Again, I won't be on the board when you all negotiate this, but I think that's important in our discussions with San Mateo to look about the going forward and how we balance out this lack of their contribution to the new measure. Santa Clara, it's a little, clearer about, because we have that agreement with them that they just cover the operations beyond what's not met by the fare box, but we don't have that with San Mateo. So just wanted to clarify that. I don't know if that was kind of your thinking about what needs financial terms, and maybe this asterisk was a little bit scary because there's not a lot of information there.
And we absolutely value the partnership with San Mateo County. There's no ambiguity there, Director Salzman. And I'm all about looking forward and not looking backwards on, the historic here. And maybe we need to do that for some data stuff, but looking forward, we got to find some common ground as the region, because the Bay Area deserves it and the residents of the Bay Area deserve it.
Yep. And sorry, I said that might be final, but it's not. I have one more thing to say. One is to thank the public commenters for their input, and not just the public commenters, but all the advocates that have been working on this. And I want to make it clear, it's super important to me, and I think to our board, based on our past votes, that we not just ensure that BART is sustainable moving forward, but that all of Bay Area transit is. And with this measure, as much as we can impact however many counties that it's in, it's not just about BART, it's making sure that our transit partners who all connect with us, we can't succeed if they don't succeed. So that is a priority as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Salzman. And before we go to Director Dufty's comments, I overlooked sharing with the public that we had received a letter from the Alameda County Transportation Commission. And I'll just cite a couple of lines from that letter. That their legislative program at ACTC specifically includes that they advocate for sustainable funding to support transit agencies in their continued recovery. And it continues, including regional efforts to secure sustainable multi-year funding and improve transit service for the public. With that said, I'll continue on with Director Dufty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really want to thank Director Salzman for very powerful and poignant and well put response to this briefing today. And I do want to really thank staff. When we sat down for the briefing, I talked about the fact that there are charts in this presentation that I wish were on BART t-shirts, and we all wore the t-shirts once a week so that people could see and not be swayed, even if it's a colleague that is, I think, really disparaging this agency when the staff have worked so hard and we have been mindful of, doing more with less, making smart investments and smart decisions. Could I see slide 6? I just don't know how you can look at a slide like this and not acknowledge that that we have been trying hard and that we have achieved results. I mean, I can't wait to show this to other people who, as Director Saltzman pointed out, don't know some of the issues and don't know how the model of BART's funding has just, it's anachronistic. It's not going to work. And I did ask staff if we could start the process of identifying other transit properties around the country that are in similar situations to us in terms of having traditionally had high fare box recovery and find themselves in the same condition that we are, because I'm an optimist and I'm hoping that we can overcome some of the gridlock in Washington on transit policy, and which was so good during the early Biden administration, but with a Republican House has just gone nowhere in terms. And if we could look at slide 4. I mean, this chart just shows, like, it's so clear. So I would like to think that an overwhelming majority of this board is confident that we are doing our best in terms of delivering a good product. We're hiring people so that we have staffing and continuity in our system. And I think that this can be a golden era for BART. You look at the fare gates, you look at the fleet of the future, you look at all the building blocks that are in place, but I think that we have to really go out, and whether I'm in office or out of office at that time, to be a cheerleader and to be someone that says, here, look at the facts, don't let someone just alarm their way out of this discussion and say things that are not fair and things that are not truthful and things that put us in a position of blaming this agency, which is absolutely not the agency's responsibility or fault. It's the sea change that has taken place. So I just really want to say I appreciate this deck. I'm going to carry it around with me for a while. And I, again, want to associate myself with Director Saltzman and appreciate her leadership as a director. And I know that you will continue to stay involved and be an advocate for our agency, just having not as many meetings, hopefully. So thank you.
Thank you so much, President Dufty. And Director Lee.
Hi, everyone. So I, too, would like to associate myself now with Director Saltzman and President Dufty's comments. I similarly have very lengthy comments because I do think it's important for all of us as board directors who took time to be here today to be on record. But before I get into comments, I did have a couple questions for you, Georgia, and for MTC. So my first question, can you clarify, sort of explain MTC's staff role with the select committee? Like, does MTC staff have a position on how things are shaking out?
MTC staff's role really is to staff the select committee. So no, we don't have a position at this time. I think what's been very important and reiterated to us as staff time and time again is how critical it is that the Transportation Revenue Select Committee members are really driving the conversation, and that it is truly a discussion amongst the members of the committee who wear their various hats to be able to come up with a potential framework that really represents regional consensus. And so our job is to provide them information and respond to them.
Great, thank you. That's in line with my understanding too, but always good to clarify. And so just a process question here. How will the MTC Select Committee come up with the final package to send to the state legislature? Like, is there a vote? What if there isn't consensus? How does that all work in November?
What the plan has been since the select committee was formed in July was that in last month, the select committee was presented with several different scenarios, provided feedback. This upcoming month, the committee meeting will be, the committee will hear some refined and revised scenarios, and then the plan is that they, in October, at their select committee meeting, will vote on a framework. I think something that was a very good example of how this is conceived to work was the CASA approach, that Blue Ribbon Task Force approach. And then from then, I think Rod in his timeline showed that the select committee, again, which is some commissioners, but it is not the full commission, will sort of ideally endorse a framework and or at least provide more direction on what they want to see or recommend moving forward. And then that would go to the commission in November.
And the select committee, is it consensus based? Like, does it need to be all members on the select committee agreeing, or has there been like a, well, if we get 2/3 plus one of us, you know, in support of the framework, then we'll move it to commission? Like, what happens?
That's really for the select committee members and leadership to determine. I think ideally there would be a unanimous consensus,
Yes.
but again, it's really for the select committee members to determine.
Okay, great. Those are my questions. I think that helps me better understand the process for sure. So I just want to open by saying, we are here because we believe in public infrastructure as a public good. That's why we're civil servants. That's why we ran to be on this board, and we believe in public goods. I believe in strong public schools, public education, public libraries, and public local parks. And notably, you don't pay a fare to enter those places and spaces. We, as voters and taxpayers, we care about our public goods, so we subsidize them. So as I always say, don't forget, public transit is also a public good. And I am going to again reiterate some of the things that Director Salzman says, because I think we have to keep saying it. How we have funded BART for so long was on the backs of our riders, where our fares paid for an overwhelming percentage of our operating budget. So when the pandemic hit and our ridership went to almost zero in those early days, except for the folks who worked the most critical roles, that meant our operating revenues disintegrated. And we have seen our cities rebounding in different ways, but what our cities look like today, we all know is different. This is fact. And as the Samtrans letter stated, appreciate Emily for you being here today, no one could have predicted the pandemic and its impact on public transit. This is not our fault, and we are doing everything we can to respond, which is to say, as public transit in the Bay Area, we are all facing these existential challenges, and we will get out of this only by working together, and the solution cannot be to raise revenues on just the backs of the most marginalized and already impacted folks. So more substantive comments. First, around the select committee, shout out to President John Orantes. I can't think of folks I trust as much as John to represent the needs of transit workers and regional transit needs on the select committee, so thank you for your service there. And I want to thank all the members of the select committee. I know some are on the call here, especially the advocates like Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area and Ellen Wu with Urban Habitat, repping Voices for Public Transportation. You are doing this because you care, and you're spending additional time in your lives and your day. I am deeply concerned about both scenarios and the ability for there to be consensus and alignment by the end of November to send package to the legislature. I think that's very real. I'm not a Sixers fan, but trust the process. It is hard, right? Sometimes to do that. I'm really concerned about having a front-loaded strategy, whether it's 8 years for scenario 1 or 10 years for scenario 2 as part of a 30-year measure. It just absolutely guts the ability to go to voters anytime in that 30-year time frame for transit agencies to do that, even though the benefits only go to solving transit ops needs for the first 8 or 10 years. It does feel a little bit short-sighted when we need long-term resilience to be able to deliver on meaningful change and transformative improvements to our transit systems. Again, I think Director Salzman really spoke well to that. Spur, which has a seat on the select committee, sent a letter at the end of August, and I really support their two-path strategy to come out of the select committee. And shout out to Sebastian being with us here today. This is how Spur framed the two paths in their letter. First path is authorization for an MTC-led regional measure reflecting the select committee's best consensus thinking. And then the second path is authorization for a series of individual funding measures at the operator, county, or sub-regional scale that can move forward if later polling for a regional approach indicates a low probability of success. I think it's just smart. I think we can't just put all of our eggs in one basket. And I think that there are different collaborative approaches here, and I'll talk a bit more about that. So those are feelings about the select committee. Around the next sort of set of things that y'all presented on around the operator-led options, I really, really appreciate the work that BART staff has done to present this info to us today. I do think it is critical and necessary for operator-led options to develop and for that work to run parallel and interact where needed with the MTC Select Committee process. But what I think is absolutely necessary is for operator-led measures to be collaborative and that these concepts have to consolidate. The obvious way, I think, is geographic, given the way funding and revenue mechanisms work. But like, I'm not gonna be like prescriptive here about like which counties and how that all works out. We can't have 27 transit operators with their own unique measures and then counties or cities going after their own funding. I haven't seen it actually be politically feasible to even make the ballot, so that's sort of like a priori. But like, it won't work. It will never be politically feasible, and it will only basically perpetuate the way that we got into this mess where each transit agency is tied to some individual funding stream. That's not how transit should work, that's not what serves the people, and that's not how voters want to pay for things. And we also heard from commenters, we really need to avoid any scenario where any Bay Area voter has more than one transit measure on their ballot. I think that would be a good starting point. If you live in Santa Clara County, you vote on one measure, whether that does go to BART, doesn't, or whether it's BTA you're funding, whatever, that's cool. But you know, a San Francisco voter shouldn't have 3 different funding measures, one for a 3-county, one for Muni, one. It's just not going to work that way. On some of the more technical aspects, regarding the revenue mechanism, I know there is going to be a lot of pulling ahead, including the BART-led poll, so I don't really want to weigh in on the revenue mechanism until the polling shows what the appetite there is, but I really hear the concerns, especially from public advocates, commenter, around regressive measures that hurt the most low-income Bay Area residents. I absolutely agree with Director Salzman that we have to pull more than just the sales tax. I know you all presented the parcel tax, so there you go, Bob, please add it. But I also would really encourage consideration of other known, proven measures, whether it's a business tax or an income tax. All of this would require state authorization anyway, but if the polling shows positives, I think we need to, as a future board, you know, for a future state legislature, we need to be able to have it on the table to consider, because we don't have the luxury of time here. You can't just keep polling. Regarding the expenditures, which I don't think we talked a whole lot today, I have seen earlier polling and have heard clearly that voters are not going to fund business as usual for transit. Transit can't pitch will decline less slowly if you give us money as a rationale for a measure. I wouldn't even vote for that. That just doesn't sound good. We have to fund more transformational transit that continues our current path of continual improvements. I do think BART has been doing that. You can laundry list the things. I think we've been doing a great job. I think it's why our numbers continue to uptick. So good job, Bob, and the rest of the team. But I do think that this measure needs to push us to be more creative and have something material and tangible that the voters know they're voting on. So when you have a transportation capital measure, GO bond, you're like, measure RR, you're like, literally new Hayward Maintenance Complex, right? Literally CBTC, new train control system. You can like touch those things, you can visualize them, you know what you're voting on for those capital improvements. We need to think about that in the same way for transit ops. And we need to have something, you know, in that material and tangible way. So I'm throwing out some ideas here that, you know, I haven't vetted them, you haven't vetted them, but what if, for example, voters voting on a November 2026 ballot measure for transit funding knew that their vote would help establish a Bay Area-wide commuter rail pass. Imagine a pass that would get you on BART and Caltrain for a set monthly cost that would be built into Next Gen Clipper. Or what if you're a voter and you're looking at that November 2026 measure on your ballot and you knew that was going to fund free transit for all K-12 public school students in the Bay Area? I think it's that kind of thinking, fast, creative, out-of-the-box thinking that might not fit into the current ways that we come up with ideas. I get that. I do think that kind of thinking is necessary when we're trying to figure out what benefit voters get for voting yes. They're not going to be like, I want to pay so that transit breaks down less slowly and I'm going to pay for the generator transit operator. I think some people will care about that, but I think voters vote based on the benefit they get. And so we need to make that benefit clear, and I think we're going to have to pitch something new and creative. So I'm sorry here. So where are we at now? Just a few more things here. I really like how John framed where things are at in his comment. Basically, I think there's a hierarchy or sort of a flow chart. I echo Director Salzman. The plan A and the most ideal would be a big 9-county measure, through the MTC process that has full commitment over the lifespan of the measure to fund transit operations so there's predictability and sustained support for our public infrastructure. That's the go big, not scenario 1 or scenario 2. That's just the 9-county, let's do it, we'll fund it. If that's not possible, that's when we start looking at plans B, C, D, and on. So I think in the flow chart, the next thing would be looking at those smaller county options, those 3 or 4 or 5 county options where transit agencies working with the local CTAs within those geographic regions are working together, centering on the local transit funding needs. And if that still is not possible, this is where we get into like the bad scenarios. We end up with a second to worst case scenario of individual transit operators or individual counties going after their own measure. I don't think it'll be successful, but that's where we'd end up. And then truly the worst case scenario come 2026 is that we've cannibalized all of our efforts and we get to 0 measures at the end of the day. And we at BART, we run our last train ever. And in a few years' time, we've gone through that painful process of closing stations, shortening service hours until we fully complete the death spiral. I don't think anyone wants to be there, even the biggest, well, maybe the biggest of BART haters, but I don't think anyone really wants to be there. So I'll end with 3 asks to BART staff. You're doing a lot of this, but I think I need to be clear in naming like what I think we need to do, what those actions are. And I will continue to support all of this with my time, my presence at meetings or wherever I can be helpful. First, continue to meaningfully engage in the MTC Select Committee process. I'm asking staff to work towards its success, to find a consensus that funds all of the immediate transit operation needs sustainably and into the future. Work with the chair, Jim Sparing. I talked to him yesterday. He really appreciated the outreach and continued, engagement. Let's continue to show up and continue to bring back updates to the BART board. So that's my first ask. My second ask, continue to advance operator-led concepts, which will require working with other operators in the region, prioritizing those in the 3-county BART district, including AC Transit, Muni, County Connections, and more. I recognize that this means quite a bit of staff time to meet with folks and reach out and to do this work parallel to what MTC is doing, but I think we have to. Bob, you've been excellent as a regional leader. You chair, I don't even know how many committees. You're constantly on the phone with another jurisdiction, another transit agency, another CTA director. And this is where we have to lead. We have until January. And so let's keep doing that. And lastly, I'm not sure where all this ends up, but I think a particular care needs to be put into the relationships with San Mateo County and Santa Clara County. Leaders, and I know Bob, President Dufty, and others are constantly doing that work. I'm naming both of these counties in particular because it's where BART operates, but as we know, those counties are not part of the BART district. In particular, I support staff's intention to write a formal response to the SamTrans letter and would ask that we continue to move forward with a collaborative spirit and share numbers transparently, regardless of whether we end up on the same ballot in the same measure. I think that work, I think particular care needs to put there. So thank you for your time and consideration of my thoughts. I'll end there.
Thank you very much, Director Lee. Director Ames is next in the queue.
Thank you. I guess I really want to go focusing on the scenario 2. And I know that the worst case scenario is to have our own measure. And after hearing the public comment on this, and this could cause divisiveness in the region, I'm wondering if our polling that we're going to launch soon could actually assist the select committee in refining the scenarios. Like, to me, scenario 2 is a no-brainer. Scenario 1, we have deficits with BART specifically. Scenario 2 is attractive to me because it's got 20% of transit transformation funding. And when I think of transit transformation, I think about what Director Lee was alluding to as like having some past programs for the community, or for riders, because we have a new generation of riders that we're facing now. So post-pandemic, it's not going to go back to the way it was that we commute to work every day. So I'm looking at transit transformation and getting the new customer, the new rider, to boost up our ridership. The higher that we boost up the ridership, the less subsidy we would get on the ballot eventually. So say it's 10 years from now. So I'd like to talk to Georgia a little bit about this transit transformation idea and how we can, I think you, sorry to put you on the spot, I think staff tried to talk to you ahead of time, but I would like to see MTC lead this charge because, of course, we love the Bay Pass pilot, but my district doesn't get Bay Pass pilots because I'm in the suburbs. This is, in the Fremont area. And the colleges don't have transportation programs for for community colleges, or for Cal State East Bay. They don't have a transportation program that they're funding. But I would like to see a Bay Pass pilot, or Bay Pass, I should say, there. So these are the kind of programs I would like to see MTC launching simultaneously with the measure, because we have an urgent need of an operating deficit, but we also need to grow ridership. So how would you think about integrating this transformative pass program?
Do you want to? Yeah, Bob can go first.
Bob.
Well, I think, when at the last select committee, Director Ames, there was this discussion about, for lack of a better term, what it is, what are we funding, right? The fiscal cliff, the operating deficits and all that. And then there was a good discussion led by Commissioner Sparing about, well, it's more than just that. It's these elements that were part of the Blue Ribbon Task Force. And one of them was exactly what you're talking about. And one of them was, the transfers from one agency to another. And so part of that, whatever the number was, 20% in that was going to that, that's all part of that 20%. So those elements that were part of the Blue Ribbon Task Force that Director Lee just mentioned about transforming public transit in the Bay Area, all of those are wrapped up in that 20%. And that's why that 20% is in there to fund those initiatives. And whether that funding flows through MTC or some other mechanism, those are details that are going to be worked out. But, that was the thinking on that breakout for that go big scenario of 1.5 billion.
I think we need to be very aggressive in our pilot programs, just like the Bay Pass pilot, or piloting schools in the suburbs that, don't have a transit program. Maybe there's family passes that we could implement for people to come, take BART on the weekends. The new generational transit rider is a lot different than what we had from 50 years ago and then pre-pandemic. And you look at the California 2050 transportation plan, transit was decreasing by like 11% up to 2018 before the pandemic. So we do need to figure out a new way to get the transit rider. It was decreasing before the pandemic, and then a pandemic worsened the whole thing, and now it's completely different than before. So I guess this is the new era, and I'd hope to see really a robust discussion on how to get the new transit rider so that can offset these deficits.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and then to the polling, can you explain how so we have our own polling, Rod, for BART. This is for our potentially, only a BART transit measure. And because it's so divisive to have our own measure, what are your thoughts on trying to help with the scenarios that are being studied right now and how our polling can assist these committees that are meeting and trying to come up with a bigger picture, a 9-county measure? How can we blend those two ideas in a poll?
Director, thank you for that question. I just want to provide some clarification on the polling for us. It's not a BART transit measure. We're polling for a regional measure, 5 counties, 4 counties, or 3 counties, which includes transit operators within those geographical areas. So BART is one of those transit agencies, but it's not a BART-focused polling effort that we're doing. So we want to gauge the temperature from likely voters, how they feel about public transit within their area, and then poll on a sample ballot question, which will be currently, we're working on a 50-cent sales tax, but we'll look at obviously a parcel tax based upon the discussion. We'll look at payroll tax, business tax. We'll look at those factors too, and potentially being able to add them into the polling. I do want to note that this is for a parallel process in the event that the process that MTC is leading right now doesn't come to fruition. This is an alternative to that. MTC, is my understanding, is that they plan to do some polling themselves after the national federal elections. And so that polling could probably inform what you're referring to. Our polling is a little bit separate from the 2 scenarios outlined by the MTC process.
And to add to that, I don't mean to, I would just, separate, I don't know about separate, it's complementary, right? And we're going to provide those, sorry, Rod, and I'm not wordsmithing you. We'll certainly provide our polling results to Georgia and her team and share that data set back and forth. And then Georgia and MTC are going to do some polling after the national. So that's one area that we're going to be coordinated on. And then the other area, when I was listening to your question, Director, the other element that to keep in mind, it's not just the polling and all in that back and forth. It's what Director Lee said about staying engaged, right? Being engaged, BART being engaged in the select committee process, as well as the executive committee process that's going on, and having those back and forth there. So I think it's not, when I was listening to your question, I'm like, well, there's 2 parts there. Stay engaged, be part of this solution, try to navigate it, try to be the leader in different areas there. And then our polling, we're going to do this polling, we'll share it with Georgia. Georgia's going to do some polling after it, and we'll do some follow-up polling. And it's not like we're not sharing data sets back and forth. And we've already been reached out to by a couple of folks, other agencies, about, sharing our polling data with them. So that communication is going back and forth, Director Ames. And I just wanted to augment your answer, Rod, not to jump in for you there. Sorry.
So when we do the polling, it's not just for BART, so thank you for clarifying that. Are we showing the questions to the other agencies of what, how are we coordinating with the other agencies on this polling? Because we're bringing in other agencies then, just the transit operators themselves. We're going to go for a measure potentially. But how are we integrating these questions with all these different agencies? I don't understand how you're going to loop everybody in.
Yeah, and Director, I'm more than willing to sit down with you and go through what we're polling specifically. The questions that our research firm is devising right now are general questions. They're not BART specific or any agency specific questions. It's just the sentiment that voters have specifically on reliability, safety, cleanliness, all of those metrics that all of us are tracking as transit agencies. So it's generalized questions, not specific to any one particular agency.
Thank you. I would like to see the polling that we did a couple years ago which I guess you had reminded me that we did this, 2 years ago, and we talked a little bit at the workshop. We didn't get the results of the poll or see the actual questions, but it would be helpful to know what we polled on and what the results were back then and compare to the new that are coming in October. And regarding the taxation, I am concerned about the sales tax at 0.5%. I mean, it might, we'll see what happens with the polls, but Alameda County has the highest sales tax in the state already. And then we have to go back to the legislator and, up the 2% cap that the state allows for counties. I guess it's a county cap that's imposed by the state. And so that gets to another type of tax, like this parcel tax. But you have a slide here in the deck that shows it's really unrealistic to think about the parcel tax just because of the annexation process. Could you elaborate on this annexation process and how this would work if we went with the parcel tax?
So, Director, the annexation process would be something to discuss amongst your board if it was determined that the board wanted to do something other than a 3-county measure, an operator-led measure. So if it was 4 counties or 5 counties where you're taxing in those particular counties, then there probably should be a discussion with legal counsel involved in regards to the details of what that process looks like. Broadly, the process is that the BART Board of Directors would have to negotiate an agreement with the Board of Supervisors for the counties that you all would want to annex into the district. So say, for instance, if it was a 5-county measure, San Mateo and Santa Clara counties are part of the BART service area, but not part of the district. So if there was a desire by your board, then that process in regards to negotiation with those county board of supervisors would have to begin. And if it's successful in negotiating an agreement, then that needs to go before the voters of those counties. And then the voters of those counties make a determination if they want to enter into the BART district. And in order to do that, the majority of the voters must vote yes in regards to joining the BART district.
Okay, given our timeline, I just see that as a non-starter, but to do an annexation process to go beyond the 3 counties. So it's just, this is very troubling to me that we've got like a few months to figure this out. And I'd like to just look at this one slide that you had shown on the BART and the county contribution. Can you, I don't have the slide number here. It shows like the graph of when the county's going to get some money. So to me, this is the best case scenario. It's basically scenario 2 is what I'm trying to, hopefully, I hope that the agencies agree to this. This says scenario 1, but basically, I guess let's go back to that slide because that slide does show the problem. So my concern with the county getting the funding in, say, year 9 or whatever, I mean, it's just less than 10 years. Is there a way that BART could actually impose the need for the tax to be applied to BART and not have to comply with this kind of county shift of the funding? So we should be able to go to a commission or somebody to say, we need this money. We don't want our funding for operations to go to the county. Because to me, this slide was like a non-starter for me. We can't go with this because we don't have any control of the funds now. It's going to go to the county, and county funds roads. You go to the California 2050 transportation plan. In 2050, they expect, VMT to rise by 30% or more. So people are driving. And so I don't want the county to get a hold of this money. Sorry, counties. I mean, it's just that the counties are going to fund roads and they're not going to fund transit. This is my fear if we go with this kind of shift. Unless there's some guardrails, I guess this is a term that you guys use a lot, these guardrails that could be put in place so the transit funding can stay with BART as needed, even though we're trying to transform transit.
Yeah. So that's, Director, I know, I don't know if there was a question there, but I would point to, we had the same thing, you know, we're different way of going about getting to the same point. But Amanda framed it up here on her slide 19, that we would, it's the third bullet from the top. When Amanda referenced in her presentation, you know, at that year 9 or 8 or something, when it drops from 450 to 120 and it's the county flex, you know, there's concerns there, right? And that's how we were trying to get to that point, her third bullet from the top. Amanda, you want to expand upon that?
Yes, I think, you know, where we see some discussions being able to happen is there an opportunity for transit operators needs to be looked at and reevaluated at certain, you know, checkpoints, and where funding then, you know, if there is a continued need or a increase in some type of operating revenue that, you know, funding or any degree of funding from county flex is looked at, but there to potentially, you know, help sustain operations if needed. And so I think there's maybe a desire to see how we can, you know, instead of that stark drop down, how maybe it can be a smoother, you know, sustained curve or
no drop down.
Or no drop down.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me ask Georgia. Georgia wanted to jump in here for a minute too from MTC. Georgia?
Yeah, sure. I wanted to provide some context for what has gone in from the select committee direction to go into scenario 1, and scenario 2. One of the really sort of consistent directions from the committee members has been to very much consider viability of a measure, viability being what's viability for passage in the state legislature, and then what would be viable for voters to approve. And so in crafting the different scenarios, one of the things that has really come up is that, sales tax is, I'm happy to talk about the different revenue mechanisms as well, but one of the things that has really come up is within the state legislature, transit operators and transit needs are very front and center with many state legislators, but as are county transportation needs. And so I think that's an important, thing to keep in mind. The other thing that's really been driving some of the thinking around the timing of scenario 1, how there'd be a time frame of, sort of front loading transit operations resources and then providing some more opportunity for counties to be able to have resources for county priorities, has really been that many county sales taxes around the region are set to expire within the next 15 years. And so one of the things that really has just been front and center from some of the select committee members' point of views has been, hey, we need some level of certainty that we're not going to see a big drop in county resources either. And so that's really what you're seeing is an attempt to balance. And one of the big things of feedback that came at the select committee meeting and then following that select committee meeting was, hey, it's not that reasonable to have such a steep cliff. And so is there a way to consider either, as Amanda just said, smoothing the curve, or thinking through other guardrails whereby perhaps more of the revenues would be sort of more consistently guaranteed for operations. And so those are refinements to the scenarios that I think are ongoing right now and that the select committee will be considering at their meeting this month.
Okay, thank you, George. That's encouraging. The guardrails really need to be in there because it's not acceptable that the county would be in charge of funding that we actually desperately need. But we do need to see progress in our ridership numbers. This is just a new era that we're in now. So this is where I think the transformative piece of the measure is so critical, which is why I think it should be 20%, which is why I'm leaning towards scenario 2. So I just want to do a shout out to, this is like to the governor or somebody, I don't even know who to do this to, but to the governor of California. We do need operating funds for this agency. I mean, this is the Bay Area. This is a top economic machine in the state of California. We have a highly educated workforce. It's proven that we create jobs. We fall short on housing, but we desperately need a more holistic transportation system. And I hope that the state is listening to this. We definitely need some funding to even give us seed money ongoing, to supplement the local measure. Maybe that could be the incentive for people to see that the state's going to come in, as well as the locals, when we vote for a measure. I don't even know how to do this. I'm making this up on the fly. But basically, if you could have the state also leverage their funding with this measure. Bob, I don't know, maybe you know how to do this. You could think about how this could work. But this partnership that we desperately cannot afford to have people taking their cars. We don't have enough room, enough right-of-way on our roads to accommodate this congestion that we're going to be facing in 2050. So maybe there's a place that we can have a discussion at the state level, and maybe bring the state partners in and talk about this. I don't know if this has been done before, but this is an emergency, and I just want to shout out to the governor that we need seed money. This is going to dramatically impact our economy if we cannot figure out how to get operating funds.
Thank you, Director Raines. And Director Foley?
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. As we enter hour number 3 on this topic, I'll try to be as brief as I can and not be repetitive. First off, I want to thank staff for the in-depth presentation. I know a lot of work went into this. There are a lot of excellent slides for us to share with other agencies, with voters. Fantastic work. So please accept my thanks on this. And thank you to my colleagues. I agree with most everything I've heard, which is a good day at BART. So the very foundation of BART's funding model no longer works. Over the last 50 years, we have put a lot of eggs in the daily worker basket, and that model is broken. My daughter's in Europe and talked to me about transit over the weekend, and transit there is about life, not about work. And until the Bay Area or the United States recognizes the value that transit can bring, that's an uphill battle that requires education, and it requires compromise, which I'll cover in a moment. For me, the goal of this exercise, what we're going through now, is a sustainable, perpetual operating funding model. That's my goal. Whether or not we get to it in the first attempt on a ballot measure that might be successful, if we don't get there, that's okay too. So know that we don't have to reach the stars in order to get something that will help us. I don't want to kick the can down the road, but I understand we need to find a solution in the midterm. In the next 10 years, we need a solution. With that, I think that we need to look at a single regional measure to avoid taxation and ballot fatigue, and competing measures. As others have stated, I think that just undermines our success. I think we need to look at part of this measure and might have to include verbiage, specific verbiage about increasing frequency of service, whether or not it's BART or other agencies. Expanding service or the lines that are offered. Again, not so much a BART issue there, but our feeder services, our bus brothers and sisters, Caltrain, Smart, everyone else. We need to figure out how we can work together, along with, as we've talked about, seamless fare integration. Some very good ideas have been proposed this morning. I think part of this, I'll be very honest, we need to reevaluate our distance-based fare model. And I think we need to look at what makes a ballot measure appealing, what makes a ballot measure a yes vote. And if it means changing how we set our fares, if you have a less than 5 stations, more than 10 stations, or the airport, you have 3 fares, whatever it looks like, that is your new tiered model. But I think nothing should be off the table. So please come up with any idea that you think will allow a voter to say yes. And I think that what Director Lee said earlier about, just as an example, passes through for K through 12. It isn't just about transit access for someone in that age group. It's about education and integrating transit in their daily lives so that you don't simply think of transit as a work piece of your life. It's for everything. All right, I'm almost done, I promise. You know, during Senate Bill 1031, there was a lot of posturing, a lot of position taken, this board included, around that particular attempt to come up with a funding piece for us. I think the success has to be compromise. Compromise that doesn't jeopardize the success of the measure, but I think everybody at the table has to realize we've got to come up with a solution and we have to compromise, and we can't be entrenched in positions that are not successful in moving the effort forward. That is also with our board. We need to be rowing in the same direction, and so when we have board members that are not rowing in the same direction, that is a big problem. So we need to try to get together and figure out where we're going, and let's go there together. And lastly, if the measure fails, BART fails. We are not too big to fail. And if BART fails, the Bay Area is screwed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Foley and Director Hernandez.
Thank you. This is why I always go after Director Foley. But that being said, Georgia, thank you for clarifying with regards to the measures coming forward from the county and how you want to make sure there's not enough, it doesn't hurt them as well, and that they're going to be expiring. Counties usually do measures for housing, like Measure A1. They do Measure C for childcare and Measure W for homelessness. And so that is really the purview of the county, is to make sure they help the most vulnerable populations and also engaging with the cities. With regards to where we end up going, and we will find that a little bit more of 100% in the next few months as the polling gets done, and I've shared this with Rod and his team and Val, is the trust of the people and making sure that we can get the trust of the people back. And we're doing that already by starting the fare gates, making sure that we're providing more police services for safety, and also working with our workers to make sure that the stations are clean. We're not there 100% yet, but that's what we're starting to do. And maybe it took a reality check by COVID happening, and so that brought us back to saying, BART, this is what we need to do. Just like ACTC that Rebecca and I was on, Rebecca's still on, Director Saltzman, is we use that taxpayer money to make sure projects are done. We say what we're going, we provide what we have said. So when we're utilizing taxpayers' funding, the people want to know and they want to make sure that funding is being utilized correctly and for the projects that we said. With regards to, as we move forward, is just to make sure that there's accountability and that we're very clear with the voters on where this money will go. And again, it's a full circle that it goes back to the trust of the people. I do feel that it will be successful in the long run if we explain it correctly and we explain to the folks that are voting why it's so important that we need this. And so I wanted to keep it short and sweet, but I look forward to hearing more of the polling results in the near future.
Thank you very much. After 3 hours, we're nearing the end, and I'll try to be very brief. I wanted to acknowledge a couple of comments that I heard, Director Lee's comments regarding that a 30-year measure with declining allocations to BART would gut our ability to actually continue in a sustainable funding manner and voters would be saying, oh, we've already paid for everything we should pay for. I think that's a very pertinent point. As well, I wanted to ask about the viability of a citizen initiative. And I don't know if our legal counsel might have some thoughts on that, or the MTC or members of our own staff. Gina?
So by a citizen initiative, you mean a measure placed on the ballot by the citizens and not by an operator or?
That's right.
Okay. I don't have anything prepared for you today, but I'd be happy to look into that and provide some more information to the board on how that works.
We're not doing it, but talk about it.
Any thoughts, Georgia? Or Rod, are you ready to?
So, Director, we've had some preliminary conversations with some folks about that. As of right now, I don't have any definitive information on it in regards to a process for us to move forward, but I can follow up with you and with the board.
Okay, I know that there have been some legal challenges to a recent initiative, which was a parcel tax in the city of Oakland, Measure AA.
And then I'm happy to, this is something that during the SB 1031 discussion was something that I engaged quite a bit with State Legislative Council and Senate Elections Committee and others. It would certainly, for an MTC-led measure, there would need to be authorization for citizens initiative to be something that's applicable to MTC. So MTC would need to basically become a district for that purpose. And then the other piece that would be key there that had been raised as very important to many legislators, and I believe it would continue to be important to legislators, would be that there would be able to be some guardrails around what revenues were expended on. And there are two different sort of test cases right now. One is down in LA. There is as a state authorized sort of equivalent of the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority down in Los Angeles. And within that instance, the Citizens Initiative was authorized, and there were quite a few guardrails on what revenues would be expended upon. So it's very specific. A Citizens Initiative can, the state authorization for a Citizens Initiative was only for the state identified expenditures. And that's going to the ballot in 2024. And then the other thing that I think we're all watching closely is a Senator Dodd bill that authorizes SMART up in the North Bay to have a sales tax reauthorized via Citizens Initiative, also with some guardrails. And so, again, watching any legal challenges to those things will be really important for this conversation.
Is the Los Angeles test case a sales tax or a parcel? No?
I don't know.
Okay, something to be answered. Well, I will look at Los Angeles County, including in the next few minutes, as a lesson for a successful transportation measure. Because in 2016, the voters of the entire county of Los Angeles supported at a 71.2% rate a half-cent sales tax. In that measure, they supported almost 60% of the funds go to transit construction and transit operations. Exactly 22% go to operations. They also supported, in addition, a 6% allocation to regional rail, 2% to bikes and peds, 16% would be local return, and then 17% to highways. I think the lessons, and I didn't dream up everything that I'm about to say. You can look at the Eno Institute's analysis of the Measure M in Los Angeles County and see that it had a number of things that they did right. And in particular, it was not a multiple series of measures. It was one big collective measure. I think that is the major takeaway for us at this time. As well, we're talking about transformational. We've had a task force that identified a number of transformational measures that need to be included in any bill, and I'm so glad to see that both the first two options that the MTC has considered include that transformational aspect. And let's face it, without giving the public aspirations for a seamless transit future, we're not going to move forward. So that has to be a component that we can both enrich our transit service through the connectivity as well as expand. And of course, it was a sales tax. I've searched, I cannot identify a transportation parcel tax that's succeeded or has even been proposed in California over the last decade. I don't know if you have any examples that could be shared. Hearing none, going once, going twice. I would like to remove as many of the sort of rabbit holes as possible. If you have something to add, please. I welcome your
Doesn't AC Transit have a parcel tax? Wasn't that, sorry.
Hey, I believe you may be right on that one. Thank you. Well, we'll have to look at our neighbors for that, in that regard, and see how they pulled that off. I think it has a number of built-in issues that, you know, I'm not in favor of increasing a regressive tax over, but it's the only option we really have. And we have to keep all the options open, as many of the speakers have said here today. So I feel that, you know, we're making the right choices, but the amount of money that's in the pot from either scenario 1 or scenario 2 is inadequate in the near term as well as inadequate in the long term for BART. And so this does need to be addressed. Without having a plan that we can look forward to, it's going to be difficult to sell. But I think the voters will jump on giving it support if they see that this measure would benefit them. Did you want to jump in, please?
Yeah, I had one
Director
more question. I had one more question for MTC staff. Sorry, Georgia. I should have asked this at the front. I know that the focus of the select committee has been on a ballot measure for 2026. Has there been any non-ballot measure discussions of things that MTC could ostensibly control? Like, I know there's a lot of federal and state formula funds that get distributed. You know, a lot of that is also transit ops money or could be flexible for transit ops money. Is that part of the discussion, or is that anything that MTC staff is bringing? And if it's not, is that a conversation that's just generally happening at the MTC commission level?
The conversation that the select committee is having is very focused on increasing the envelope, the revenue envelope. And so that's been, what has been informing their discussions. There have been requests for information around what is the existing revenue envelope and how are those funds distributed. And so that information has also been provided. I think, so that's all I can say on that one.
Okay, I think my one comment there is whatever we can do within our own means, especially if we're looking at short-term solutions. I think transit takes priority, because if transit fails, like, it's not like we close for a year and come back when the funds come back, you know. So I would encourage those options from a transit agency standpoint. Thank you.
Yeah, I would love to just help remind, so many of the discretionary resources that, so as part of the SB 125 deal, one of the MTC committed $300 million in regional resources, and that those two regional resources, that some of the regional resources that are in discussion to help address that nearer term operating gap are flexible federal highway funds and and transit resources. So those are two of the things that are also integrated into, what some of the how does money flow now conversation.
Thank you, Director Lee, and as well, I would like to follow up on Director Lee's request that we provide a formal response to San Mateo County on both of the letters that we received in the public comments today. I want to encourage that we continue to work with the MTC in refining the options that are on the table and see if we can make progress as well. We will have more information from the polls coming in. So thank you, everyone, for your participation today, your hard work in getting us to where we could have this thorough discussion. And we'll turn next to the role of the region.
Thank you, Director. So yes, the final item is an information item. This is the BART role in the region. I would just note that staff did, this is an update on the study that BART did in 2016. And with us today, we have Daniel Wu from Strategic Planning and Michelle Robertson from BART Communications. Much of this was done under the leadership of Hannah Lindelof, who is in strategic planning as well. And with that, why don't we go right to Daniel?
All right, thank you, Val. I'm excited to present the key findings that outline BART's role in the region. We also have a full 56-page study report that is on our webpage if you're interested, bart.gov/role in the region. The study underscores BART's essential role, providing insights into how BART is adapting to evolving travel, the benefits BART brings to the region, and how BART is poised for the future. The insights from our study inform how BART can better serve the region and refine our vision of the future. At the end of our presentation, we'll also discuss how we're telling our story by making these insights accessible to a broad audience. We're all aware that remote work has fundamentally changed how the region travels, but we see some new trends that represent an opportunity to grow transit ridership, particularly among youth and senior riders. The chart on the slide also shows that across all time periods, stations serving equity priority communities, and the blue bars, have higher ridership retention compared to stations that are not serving equity priority communities, shown in the orange bars. For this analysis, we use MTC's equity priority community definition, which identifies census tracts that have significant underserved populations such as low-income, people of color, and zero-car households. Further, evening, weekend, and airport trips have also retained ridership more strongly compared to trips during the commute peak periods, even though peak period trips continue to have the greatest ridership overall. To meet these new travel trends, BART has adapted our service, including boosting our evening and weekend service by up to 50% in September 2023. Central to BART's role is connecting people to their destinations. The map here shows in purple that within the 15-minute walk of BART stations, there are a substantial number of regional households and jobs. This coverage expands when we consider transit operators connecting to BART. And there has been a lot of focus on making transit connections more seamless throughout the region. The map shows in orange that within a 15-minute walk of BART and transit stops that could be reached within one transfer, there are more than 2/3 of the region's jobs and 60% of Bay Area residents. In addition to getting people between home and work, BART gets people to other important destinations, including airports, schools, parks, libraries, and sports venues. For many trips in the region, BART is faster with more reliable travel time as compared to driving, as illustrated in the 10 example trips during the morning peak in this chart. The blue bars show typical BART travel time with the range representing the potential wait time, so up to 20 minutes in some places. The orange bars show the typical morning peak vehicle travel time, which varies greatly as a result of congestion and roadway collisions. So for example, traveling from Walnut Creek to Montgomery, the blue bar shows travel time on BART between 38 to 48 minutes, while the orange bar shows driving time could range anywhere from 40 to 90 minutes. Oops. BART is also a critical link in a resilient transportation system and provides redundancy during major incidents like crashes or protests that can bring traffic to a standstill on key regional roadways. Just yesterday, there were 2 major incidents that closed the Caldecott Tunnel and I-238 near Castro Valley for more than 3 hours during the morning commute, highlighting the critical role that BART plays. And now I'll pass it on to my colleague, Michelle Robertson.
Thank you, Dan. I'm Michelle Robertson with BART Communications. And storytelling, excuse me. So storytelling was and is a key piece of this project. I presented our rider storytelling series, BART Connects, at the board workshop in February. To refresh you, the series grew out of Roll in the Region. We needed anecdotes, quotes, testimonials to enhance this report. So I said, let's do a call for stories and see what people tell us. More than 300 people responded. And I've now spent the past year interviewing dozens of BART riders and have published 18 stories and videos as part of the series on our website, bart.gov/BARTconnects. And naturally, we included excerpts from these stories in the report, as you can see on this slide. And I want to stress that these story snippets, in tandem with the data Dan presented, paint a holistic picture of why BART matters. Individual experience gives emphasis to our regional importance. Okay, so how do we get this data out into the world? You obviously can't expect everyone to read a 56-page report cover to cover. You need multiple arenas in which to get these fantastic findings into the eyes of the public. So let's dive into it. First of all, we launched a robust webpage that pulls out highlights in short format with data visualizations. We're promoting this information on social media with a mix of strategy, letting the data lead, as you'll see us on the tweet on the left, and sometimes letting the story lead, like this video on the right featuring 2 riders for whom BART is a lifeline. We're also diving deeper into the research by publishing a series of explainer stories that highlight one subject from the report in greater detail. These are shared on external platforms and internal employee platforms because we want to make sure our employees are aware of these findings and can talk about them. Government Community Relations has also adapted the report's findings to present to local, state, and federal officials, as well as community groups. These materials are also available to all of you, members of the board, and we highly encourage you to incorporate them into your own presentations. Lastly, I built 2 marketing campaigns using this new Roll in the Region data. Earlier this year, we launched the second version of Transit Saves, which you'll see on the right, with new art by Marketing's Jay Saute that incorporates the report's findings. This campaign relies on the numbers and communicating them in a digestible format that catches your eye and sticks with you. I also translated the BART Connect stories into a marketing campaign. This is the flip side of Transit Saves. It takes the focus off the numbers and shifts it to the people. We are hitting this from all sides. Thank you for having us. That's all from us.
Wow. Very concise, just like your report. And I note that this report is about half the length of the prior report from, I think, 2016, and it's loaded with great data visualizations and concludes with the impacts of what happens if we don't fund BART. I think there are a number of illustrations that really stand out. In particular, when we see the last station on the BART line in San Mateo County, Millbrae, and then a whole line of just the brown dots that represent Caltrain extending down the corridor. And I think that on the September 21st launch of the new schedule and electrification, we're going to see very time competitive travel all up and down that corridor from the changes that Caltrains is implementing. So there's coordination going on now, and I think even greater coordination in the future as we work to make sure that every train is a timed meet with every other train from our partner agencies. So any comments? I'm sorry, I bogarted the time here.
No, it's
Director Lee.
Yeah, I'll just be quick. I mean, I know you had to abbreviate this report to the board, but I mean, I consume the media that y'all put out. I basically stopped using Twitter a little while ago, and so I'm mostly on Instagram, and I just really, really love how approachable you've made your content. It's both fun, it's educational. I have always really liked, I know like a lot of times for like Women's History Month, you always feature like a lot of women BART employees. Like those kind of stories, I think go such a long way for us to just celebrate BART. And I know that there are BART haters out there who are gonna be like, oh, this is so frivolous, like you're spending so much. First of all, we're not spending a lot of money on it. Second of all, people want it. Like, I know that when you went to the book fair, you know, or like, I know there was like the recent San Francisco Zine Fair, like people dig BART. I know that might sound weird to the BART haters out there or transit haters, but like people wanna celebrate us, and we should like create space for that because it brings us a lot of joy. I think it powers what we do. I know it powers what Bob and, you know, the 4,000 employees at BART do. I want to be able to celebrate, you know, how cool BART is for the Bay. So thank you for the silly TikToks, like thank you for the Instagram content, thank you for the stories, and thank you for the data. The more we do of this, I think that just continues to help us on the item we just had before especially, so appreciate it.
Thank you. And before going to other directors, let me ask for public comments. I have one blue speaker card from Jerry Grace.
Not what I thought it was. I thought they'll be able to talk about the same thing, but I think in my mind, I thought they'd be talking about a speed rail, but I think they're talking about something a little bit different. I don't know what me to say about it, and I don't know what me to say about it, and I thought they talking about the same thing you talk about now, and I didn't know you were talking about this. They're a little bit confusing me, but I'm not catching it, and I don't understand that. But I thought they're talking about the same thing we were talking about before and by MTC and everything else, but looked like I'm confused. And I thought they were talking about the same thing, but it's not the same thing. And that really confusing me. I didn't know, talking about something a little bit different and different information. But that's really confusing me. I didn't know what it's talking about. But that's why I am disabled, step one. Number two, I thought they were talking about the same thing, but I didn't know they were talking about something different. I'm sorry for that, but I thought I wanted to say something about Be Well, but I didn't know it'd be the same thing or not. Sorry.
Thank you, Jerry. Other comments from the board? I have
Chair Rayburn.
Evan Dufty.
Chair Rayburn.
President Dufty.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Oh,
We
actually-
have another
yes.
public comment online.
Yes, we have a couple hands
Great.
online. Okay, we'll go to Alita. Alita, please go ahead.
Thanks again, Chair Robert Rayburn. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her with Team Folds. I'm digesting this report and thank you for the presentations. And I want us to have positive energy on our BART. I support the stories and the interviews and haven't seen the videos. I like the idea of videos because we can share stories about our BART. I hope to share stories about our BART. Well, I do in my letters and in my speakings with you. This report does remind me somewhat of the Program for Action, which was a report commissioned by the Metropolitan Transportation Authority in New York in early 1968. Its release coincided with the merger of several different systems to form today's MTA. And some of the plans were realized, some weren't, and some probably weren't worth doing. But I do believe that we have to emphasize the importance of our BART in the region. And I want people to enjoy BART. I've written something that goes kind of like this. I have it here. But shouldn't we all want a BART that works? And beyond that, a BART that we can enjoy? I sincerely hope so. Because I want people to enjoy BART. I don't know how big our following is here. I know that the New York City subway has a following of millions of people around the world who look forward to using that system when they return to New York. And I am one of those. Can we have that kind of following on our BART? Yes, we are a smaller system than public transportation in New York, and there are several systems, not just the subway, but railroads and buses, etc. But how do we build community around the importance of BART? I think this report is part of it. I know that sometimes in my writings and speakings to you, that sometimes I highlight dissent and concerns about BART, but I am a big fan of BART. I mean, I like BART almost as much as the New York City subway. I mean, yeah, I have to give the subway that because I've been using it since 1970. But I want all of our reports and all of our stories to converge on this one most important idea that is without peer, that BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. And I have one more public speaker online, and while that person is queuing up, Glenn Overton, would you make your way to the podium?
Dina? Dina, please go ahead. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Adina.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Fantastic. So I wanted to thank staff and the agency for the helpful information, really clearly communicating the value of BART, and particularly the presentations did show the value of BART to the 3 counties that are represented on the BART board. In the context of the previous discussion, looking at regional measure options, including operator-led options that might be 3 to 5 counties or other regional options, it would be additionally helpful and really needed to be able to also communicate about the benefits of BART in the other counties that are served by BART that are not covered currently under the BART district, and particularly communicating that, not only about the value for the location immediately served by the BART station, but for example, I'll give the travel example for myself today, where I'm traveling up to San Francisco, I'm going to take Caltrain to BART. And even though I do not live next to a BART station, I am still benefiting from BART. And the region and the area is benefiting from me not driving a car, even though I'm not next to a BART station. And so having that communication about those broader benefits, including in the other counties, is going to be extremely helpful for the public communications in terms of the funding options to get more public support for really appreciating how much traffic congestion relief, environmental benefits, housing support, and so on there is for BART as part of a well-coordinated public transportation system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adina. And Glenn Overton.
Yes. Since the year 2000, I think, I gave up driving. I just kicked it to the curb, man. So that's 24 years of not owning a vehicle. 24 years. I walked in a BART parking lot. It must have been 110 in the shade. And I heard windshields cracking. And I had $6,000 I was going to put down on a brand new car in my pocket. Well, I didn't have it in my pocket. I had already given it to the dealer. So I went back to the dealer and got my $6,000 and quit driving. So if you can sum up what the cost of a vehicle is, operation-wise, you are a slave to your vehicle. I have no slavery here. And I get around just as well because my mindset totally has changed. I don't have a vehicle mindset. And yet I roam around halfway around the world whenever I want to. Not whenever I want to, but whenever the desire, if I want to eat lunch in London, I could do that, you know, I think. Well, but the whole point about it is that I don't have the, what is that, the negative anxiety of driving. I sit in the back or sit in a BART, and I don't miss it. I've driven across this country. I don't know how, I can't count them on both hands and feet, you know. But I absolutely do not miss it. So my mindset is a public transit mindset. And BART has attributed to me the opportunity to go back to school. And so I went to UC Berkeley for a while, 5 years or whatever during that time, 2006 to 2011, all on BART. Studied in London for a year, all off of BART, just wandered to London one day. So no, I enjoy the public transit mindset. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Overton. And page 7 of the report really nails how much BART lowers the travel cost compared to driving. Any other public comments?
No, there are no other requests to speak.
And I have President Dufty in the queue.
I loved the presentation. It was very upbeat, and thank you for giving me a reason to go back on social media. And I knew one of the dads that was pictured taking his daughter, Ed Cabrera, so we'd worked together for years. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and I believe that concludes the PPAL committee. I'll hand it back to President Dufty.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your stewardship. So now, colleagues, we're going to go to board matters. And as you know, we can give board member reports, in memoriams, roll call for introductions. And I'm going to start with Director Ames.
I don't have anything.
No? Mark?
Yeah, just two items. I did I did the Safe and Clean presentation to a local Democratic group, but also I recently, earlier this week, did the revised deck for our Oakley City Council. That's it.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, yes, Director Lee.
Just a couple things. I just wanted to note that I filled in for Director Latifah Simon for a panel this past Tuesday called Transit and Gender, as part of their transit governance theme that Transbay Coalition is doing for Transit Month, and that was great. I was on that with AC Transit Director Javanka Beckles. I've also been making a lot of phone calls around transit funding, and just want to shout out Jim Sparing, who I had a chance to talk to yesterday. He really just continues to appreciate whenever we engage with him, and I really am grateful for his leadership as MTC Select Committee Chair. And I just want to shout out this quarterly update. Just love all the updates. I want to congratulate Mag in particular in earning her municipal clerk certification. It sounds like something that takes a lot of time. So anyway, thanks for the newsletter.
Thank you. Director Rayburn?
Thank you, President Dufty. On August 23rd, I attended the Alameda Labor County Council Unity Dinner. On the 29th, I attended all day the Silicon Valley Bike Summit in South San Francisco, also known as South City. We took a bike tour of Centennial Way Trail connecting San Bruno with South San Francisco. We visited the new tunnel access to Caltrain and the San Bruno Biotech Development. Heath Maddox, BART's bike pedestrian coordinator, made certain that BART was coordinating with the local leaders and planners. On the 3rd, I made public comments to the San Leandro City Council in support of their economic development plan, which received unanimous approval by the council. That plan focused on the San Leandro Station and Bayfair Station. On the 7th, I joined BART's Progressive Policing Bureau at Acts Full Gospel Health Fair and Auto Show. Yes, this director attended an auto show, but the autos were mostly hobbies. They were like a dragster, a father and son who had built a dragster, and I'd never seen a dragster up close. This was pretty enlightening. And we had lots of good input with the community. Thanks to Alex Walker, CIS, Andrea Allen, Sonia Corona, and Anita Lau Wang. Alex was also recharged the following day at the Oakland Pride, where we greeted a continuous line of fans at the Rail Goods merch table. It was tremendous, and the parade, as Director Salzman can attest, was a tremendous opportunity to see what a city can really be. It was a restorative event for the city of Oakland. That's all on that, but I also have an RCI. The title is Clipper Start Promotion During Fairgate Installation. During the recent Next Generation Fairgate installation at Fruitvale, I observed exiting passengers queuing through a temporary gate over several days while multiple staff in yellow vests assisted to help reduce delays. Several passengers asked, "What is BART doing to assist passengers with limited resources?" This represents an ideal time to promote Clipper Start during the coming year at 38 or more stations. My request is for BART managers to work with the MTC to devise an informational campaign focused on passengers during the gate installation at each station. One idea would create badges or vests for staff working with exiting passengers that might read, "Ask me about Clipper Start discounts." A multilingual banner with a QR code could be attached to the work area barrier. During peak area periods, passengers who express interest could be directed to an individual who has Clipper Start applications and can assist. Do I have any support? Yes.
Yes, I would be honored to support you, and I see that Director Hernandez as well, so.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. Director Hernandez?
I'm sure, just like I said earlier, that I had spent the evening with the Alameda County mayors yesterday evening. We will be having, as the chair of Valley Link, we will be having a lunch and learn in the San Joaquin County next Wednesday. Just really trying to reach out to the folks in San Joaquin County. We have been working very hard for the last several years with all the folks in both counties, but Alameda County has been the driver on this extension. And then also just wanted to share with folks that I look forward to going to the fashion show on Saturday. Maybe I'll wear a dress. But I'm just, and I know that our general manager and I have been speaking about this, just wanted to maybe in the future get a report back with regards to all the cities that are speaking about what they're going to be doing with their encampments. Fremont just talked about it this week. Berkeley talked about it the week before. And so it's kind of it looks like all the cities are going to be doing that and having that discussion.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Director. Colleagues, I'm going to introduce an in memoriam request for Kevin Fisher Paulson. I knew Kevin as a deputy sheriff and as someone who had moved up the ranks, and he for several years was the sheriff's liaison to the Board of Supervisors and organized his officers when necessary, since the Board of Supervisors can be quite a hotbed of activity from time to time. But Kevin was also a gay dad, an adoptive dad of two boys, Zane and Aiden, and with his husband built a beautiful life. And unfortunately, about a year and a half ago, Kevin was diagnosed as having a very serious cancer, and he passed away in the past couple of weeks. And I just want to say how much I appreciate him and wish that his family has the good memories to honor their dad and husband. Thank you for that. Colleagues, as always, I'd like to take a moment and thank the folks that make it possible for the public to see and be part of our meetings and activities. And so let me just thank in our media and communication staff, Cheryl Stalter, communications officer, Steve Connell, multimedia producer, Anna Duckworth, communications officer, Lauren Metzel, contractor, IT staff, Travis Engstrom, Director of Technology, Fode Kareem, Supervisor of Business Systems Operations, Tom McDonald, Computer Support Coordinator, Scott Hansen, Computer Support Coordinator, Dave Devana, Cybersecurity Engineer, Alfonso Rahel, Executive Assistant, Jeremy Amato, who's a contractor with One Workplace, and Matthew Abiola, who is a contractor. So thank you so much that we will adjourn in his memory later. We are now going to move into closed session, and I will come back at the end of that to announce if there's anything to report. And with that, we are moving into closed session, and thank everyone who's been here to participate.
Evan, I have something for you.
Oh, is it Hello Kitty?
I bought you a t-shirt.
Oh. Good afternoon, and we are just completing closed session at the September 12th BART Board of Directors meeting, and we have nothing to disclose at this meeting. And I also want to just simply acknowledge that I forgot to point out that Kevin Fisher Paulson, who we are recognizing in memoriam today, was a longtime columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle and touched many lives that way. So, Madam Secretary, we are adjourned.
Recording stopped.